Hello everyone, I am Tacit and welcome to the Brighter Shores live stream, day 101. So today our main goal is going to be a bunch of mining and mine fighter. We're going to be doing a lot of mine fighter prior to the combat merge, as I want to get a lot of those alchemy supplies. Some of them will need pretty early, like the thing we're trying to get today we'll need at level 238. So that's somewhat around the corner, not quite there, but you know, we're getting close. And beyond that, yeah, just a bunch of other potion supplies later down the line, like boost potions, everything else. So, hello, SciPack, welcome, welcome. Hope all has been well. But that's pretty much our main game plan for today. Just do a bunch of mining and mine fighter, and just keep banking between the two. I think we do still have to go do our dailies. Of course, yesterday we finally got 200 all non-combat. Technically 200 all after the combat merge, as our combat level will be above 2,000. I mean, 200, I mean. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I didn't do a poll yet. Also, hello, Isabel. Welcome, welcome. Also, by the way, is audio okay? Because I've been having some issues with it. I had to do a Windows update today, and I have had at least 10 different issues this morning. It's one of the reasons why the stream was several minutes late, as I feel like everything that can break down is breaking down. I'll need to look into still a few things, but as long as audio is fine right now and everything's stable, we should be good. Anyways, I'm gonna make the poll. Let's see. I know what I wanted to go do. Let's see. Has the have the proposed combat changes change how much you are doing combat in Brighter Shores right now? Question mark. Yes. Doing more combat now. Unchanged. Let's see. No. Let's see. Actually, let me just do that. Doing more combat now. Unchange. Less combat. Until changes. Implemented is too long of a word. Okay. We just won't put it in. Less combat until changes hit. Less combat until changes hit. I'm just gonna call it that. That makes sense, I think. There we go. Anyways, let's go to our dailies, let's go do everything else, and yeah, let's get rolling. Not sure how long I'll be going for today, as I do have some things I need to do today, both for Valentine's Day, as well as to try to get the 500-day, or 500-day, I wish, the 100-day video out somewhat soon. I'm not sure if I will be able to get it out tomorrow, but I'm still gonna try working on it more, if nothing else. I was not sure because, honestly, the next few days I'm actually gonna be pretty busy, particularly this weekend, because I basically need to go pack everything in the house as if we're moving, due to everything needing to be off the floor, including anything in something that's on the floor, which is a lot more than you would think. Let's see. Able to keep up a consistent streaming schedule. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, we've been trying to stream around every single day at around noonish for several hours or so. Not sure how long we're going for today. Probably like 5-6 hours. But yeah, let's go get the grind going. Hopefully we can finish out the entirety of Tentacles. So we're going to be trying to get the Sucky Suckers today. And yes, it is a thing. Figured it'd be a fun thing to go for on Valentine's Day. But yeah, we're going for the Sucky Suckers. And this isn't just me being like that, though. This is actually a Sucky Sucker. There is indeed an item in this game called a Sucky Sucker. So I figured it'd be a fun item to go for on Valentine's Day. Plus, it fits perfectly into our grind that we had to do anyways. So that's what we're going for today. Let's just go do our dailies real quick, and yeah, we'll go from there. We'll grab that. We'll grab our other XP. And yeah, start doing things. I guess I could do mine first. It doesn't actually matter what order I do this in, as the area that we need to go in is on the other side of the mines. Well, I don't know. I guess it could have mattered. I could have gotten like one extra kill with the 7% bonus. I don't think it's that big a deal, though. We are, of course, geared in Chapter 3, which is pretty much going to be the case for a good while now. We're just going to keep doing combat, combat, and combat. Some things to noteworthy is I handcrafted a 120 4-star longsword, a 119 3-star fire dagger, as we're going to need them since they're weak to fire. And beyond that, honestly, we got some pretty good drops. We got a 110 legs, a bunch of 105s for 3-star, even a 4-star for them. We're kind of stacked right now for once. It feels weird, especially because post 200, that like never happens. But we are actually, for once, really, really, really stacked when it comes to gear right now. You have no clue about this game, but you figured you'd check it out anyways. Yeah, it's definitely worth checking out. It's still in early access, still has a lot of development going on. Right now, they're currently overhauling the entirety of combat, which they've been communicating with the community for about the last month now, as they're pretty much completely nuking the combat system and pretty much starting from scratch. So, yeah, that should be in the game, hopefully within the next few weeks, at least part one of it. They're doing it in like 2 or 3 different waves to make sure they can pace themselves a little bit better. But yeah, the first part of it should be pretty soon, where they kind of like merge all the combats and everything. But yeah, so far the dev team's been doing well. A lot of quality of life, a lot of overall updates, and not too much new content yet. But it's still in early access, so they're mostly just trying to refine everything, get it to a point where it's stable, and go from there. But I'm still really curious to see what the future of the game is like. And it's only been out for a couple months. It is the 101st day. We've been going every day since launch. And yeah, still in early access, still getting there. Still has probably a good half a year to a year before it's like fully fleshed out, but we'll be here the whole time. Just kind of messing around with stuff. And most recently, of course, we got 200 all done. So now we're working on pretty much prepping for the combat changes. With Mindfighter being one of our biggest priorities that we're going to be doing. Though I do plan to do a little bit of all skilling higher than they are right now, as there are a lot of goals within every single skill that is slightly above 200 that I want to go reach. Not today. Right now we're just going to be doing mining and Mindfighter. Mindfighter definitely the biggest priority, at least until 200, maybe even after 200 might still keep going. Mostly because I need all those alchemy supplies. And then we'll kind of go from there. But yeah, happy Valentine's Day, everyone. I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful holiday. Alright, let's go and do this, and then we'll go get some Sucky Suckers then. I'll put that over there. Oh yeah, also my audio has been cutting out all this morning. I'm not sure why. Actually, I think I somewhat know why, but I can't fix it till after the stream. I'm not sure why it's doing it, but it was because of the Windows update. But I think I see what is causing it. So you might hear some occasional audio dips. I'm not sure if it did it for you guys on that end, but like the music will sometimes like cut out ever so briefly. But hopefully by tomorrow's stream that should be fixed. Though that might occasionally happen today. Alright, so of course here are the tentacles that we get our Sucky Suckers from. However, these are not the tentacles that we're going to be killing. The tentacles that we're going to be killing is good. No one's taking it at the moment. That's good. As there is only one tentacle I need to kill. And it is this very specific tentacle. The main reason being is we're going to take 3 of these rocks. And then go kill that tentacle. And then go take 3 of these rocks. And then go kill that tentacle. And rinse and repeat pretty much until we have a high enough combat level that we don't need to kill tentacles anymore. That's pretty much the game plan for today. I'm not sure if I'll be able to finish the entirety of tentacles during this session. I hope to. Because you can camp tentacles. Currently, we are level 120. They are 128. Which means we can... Oh, that's not what I meant to do. So, which means we could technically camp them all the way until level, like 138, pretty much. Like 137, 138. Okay, yeah, audio. Why are you cutting out like that? Audio. Audio, don't do that. What are you doing? Yeah, I've been having that issue all morning. I assume you guys are hearing it too, or lack thereof. It was from the Windows update today. I have a few ideas of how I could maybe fix it. But it's been all glitchy since the Windows update. Not always, like right now it's pretty stable. But it keeps cutting off occasionally. Does it sound okay? Okay. Hopefully it's recording correctly then. Oh, it might just be through my speakers might be the problem. Oh, wait, are you guys not hearing any cutouts? Like right now, just cut out. Do you guys still hear music? Because it might just be my speakers that are doing the problem. Okay, I think I see the problem now. But if it's not cutting out at all for you guys, then I think it might be my speakers specifically. So it's going to sound weird to me, but it should hopefully sound normal to you guys. If that is the case. Sounds fine? Okay. It's my speakers then. Okay, perfect, perfect. Okay, that's perfect. Alright, so it's just going to sound weird on my end. But that will affect your guys' viewing experience. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, it's been doing that all morning. Hopefully just restarting the computer will fix that later. It's some kind of weird Nvidia thing that ended up updating. For whatever reason, it's messing with my speakers, apparently. Hello. But basically what we're going to do is we're going to kill 1 tentacle, then mine 3 rocks. Kill 1 tentacle, mine 3 rocks. Bank whenever we get a full inventory. Rinse and repeat until we have the combat level we need. And that is pretty much the entire game plan. Get our combat in, get our mining in. This is also the best rock we could be mining right now. We actually just got access to it pretty recently. 247. If we go check right over here. 247. It is the best rock that we can currently do. I will not be picking up all the armor, though. I will pick up 2 stars and higher. So that we can go sell them and everything. But any 1 stars I will be leaving on the ground. As it just doesn't fit in our inventory or anything. And the 2 stars will probably stack until we eventually go and sell them or something. I'm not sure. I might just grab only 3 and 4. I might even just leave 2 stars on the ground. We'll see. But yeah, we should be able to take them out really nice. I made sure to gear up completely. And every level we gain is only going to make it even easier to go kill them. Also, hello Rico, by the way. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a wonderful holiday and a wonderful weekend. Or soon-to-be weekend. But it feels so nice to have 200 all now. Now we can just work on whatever we want. If we feel like mining, we can go mining. If we feel like doing combat, we can go do combat. If we feel like training one of the past skills, we can go just train a past skill. We pretty much have freedom to just do whatever. We can actually play the game now that we're maxed. Honestly, I felt the same way when I maxed the hardcore in old school RuneScape. Like, the second I maxed, it wasn't like, oh no, I ran out of content. It was like, okay, now, nice, I can finally do whatever I want. I'm not restricted based on skills. Obviously, they're not all, like, true max in the sense that they're not 500. But in this game, it's not really realistic to do 500 all. While I will be going for 500 in the future, I have no intention to ever 500 all this game. It would just take way too long. Do you generally prefer voice communication over text? Oh no, I don't. I generally am really text heavy, just because I hate talking with people. I'm a really introverted person, so I just absolutely hate like talking directly to someone. I still do it occasionally, just very, very, very rarely. Oh, so we have all these healing pots because we're going to need a ton of them. We're at our level range where we will definitely need one almost every kill unless we get lucky. Because these things are level 128 and we are level 120. And while we are decently geared, we are still way under leveled for this combat right now. But you gotta do it for that better XP rate. Luckily we're so overly geared that it's actually kind of good for once. I think this is the most overly geared we've ever been at a combat range, to be honest. Which is really convenient. It makes this actually possible. So you guess episode max keeps confirmed? Yes. Episode max keeps have been confirmed with the changes. Basically, the current combat keeps are going to be converted into 50 all, 100 all, 200 all, and 500 all from a given chapter. Which means if you want that really cool dragon keep, you need 500 detective, leatherworker, and merchant. The one I'll probably rock after the change is the 200 all Mines Matubin. As of course we have 200 all after the combat merge, because your combat level doesn't matter here. This will just be one big overarching combat. That'll be like 200 something. But, or at least for us, will be 200 something. But, you know, we already have 200 all here, 200 all here, 200 all here, 200 all here. I can technically get the keep for every single area. Honestly, I might even get it. Just because we already have it, because of our 200 alls. So I might just get the 200 keep for all 4 areas. Because getting one for every single skill is a bit much, but getting one for every single area, that's doable. It's only like 12 gold. It's still more than my entire cash stack. But it's way less than doing every single keep in the entire game. So I might just do that route. Oh no, we got our first Great Helm. Sad. Unfortunate. Alright, so what we're going to do here is... I don't want to go and juggle my potion. So I'm going to waste and only bank 23 at a time rather than 24. Since we don't have equipable potions yet. Or, you know, you can still equip these, but you can only equip 20 at a time. There's no way to equip the rest on your, like, belt or something. But because of this, I will just be banking 23 at a time. Just in case I somehow despawn my stack again. Because we've already despawned 3 stacks of potion. I do not need a 4th stack to despawn. And this stack is worth, like, gosh, 1.5 gold. Which, you know, it's not a lot, but that's a lot still to lose. That's a decently hefty amount of gold still. So hello, Chris. Hello, Jay. Welcome, welcome. Hope all you guys been having a wonderful, wonderful Valentine's Day so far. Let's keep getting these suckers. Oh, they all respawned. You know what? I'll take the rocks. We're already here. Grab all these rocks. Go back to the sucker. As we're here for probably 2/3 rock, 1/3 sucker. Is probably the ratio that's going to come out of this. Maybe slightly heavier on rock. It really comes down to RNG. As I believe this is the lowest tier that you can actually get this thing from this. So we can only get like 1 or 2 at a time. We're not going to see a 3 or 4 drop yet. Let's see. Matubin is perfect for you as a hobbit then. Honestly, I really love Chapter 3. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4. Honestly, every single one of the members areas I've always really enjoyed so far in this game. Really curious to see what they do with future chapters. As the community manager for the game said that Chapter 5, the non-released Chapter 5, is his favorite chapter in the game, so seems like they keep improving over and over again. So curious to see how that will end up panning out. Though he did also say carpentry was one of his favorite skills, so we gotta take his opinion with a grain of salt. However, he did also say that Chapter 5 was his favorite chapter of it, all the ones that they pretty much have done. So Chapter 5 is pretty much fully developed. Chapter 6 is probably like partially, like framework developed. But honestly, Chapter 5 is probably like 80-90% done. It's more so a matter of them fixing the combat rework and fixing a bunch of other stuff. But if they really wanted to, they could probably... They're not going to, because they have so many other things they need to get to first. But if they truly wanted to, they could probably release Chapter 5 in, like, under a month from now. It's going to be closer to probably 3 to 6 months from now. But if they truly wanted to prioritize it, it's pretty much done internally. Sad to see how many players the game has lost. Yeah, that is one thing that has happened. It personally hasn't bothered me too much. Because as long as they keep the servers up and they're still developing the game, I'll be around. I mentioned that since day one as well. Like, regardless where it goes, we'll still be around the whole time. And we still happen. We are 101 days straight. We're streaming it every day. Some days we've been streaming a bit less recently, but it's more so just from getting busier from other stuff. Because, for example, this weekend I need to go pack up everything as the floor from some hurricane damage from several years ago is finally being fixed. So, gotta move out of the house almost for like 2 days as the floor gets repaired. And hopefully they can finish it in 2 days and not take like 3 or 4. The original guesstimation was 1 day, but then they changed it to 2, so who knows, it could be 3 or 4. I'm hoping it's only 2, that's their current guesstimation. But unforeseen damage might make them take longer. Everything's been going pretty well. Alright, so you guys, just to double check, you guys didn't hear any audio cut out there, right? From the music? It just perpetually kept playing music normally and it did not cut out like 2 or 3 times? Just want to double check one last time. Because if that is the case, then it's just my speakers. Okay, it didn't? Okay. My speakers are just being weird since the update. I see. That's fine. Perfect. Alright. So 100% it's just my speakers. Because it's driving me crazy because I hear it, but you guys don't at all. So I keep thinking every time it happens, it's like, oh no, this is messing with the stream audio. But no, it's just the speakers being weird since the Windows update. That's fine. It's just on my end. Also got nice hydrating water. So I still can't believe they called these things Sucky Suckers. I think the funniest one from yesterday was they actually have a fish called Drop the Bass. Technically it's just called Drop the. I just find it funny because we only had to get one for the first time bonus. So I quite literally dropped the bass. I got some funny naming conventions in the game, that's for sure. But yeah, as far as these little suckers are concerned, these are used for 15-minute Fear Potion. This is the highest Fear Potion in the game, duration-wise. We're also going to need it for our XP range at 239 Alchemy. Or sorry, 238 Alchemy. In order to start getting better XP rate at that range without burning our entire cash deck that we don't even have. So, yeah, I'm trying to get as many as we can. Because it's going to be the next big ticket item that we need for Alchemy to start spamming like crazy. And it is too expensive to bother trying to... buy them. It is way better to gather them just while doing Mind Fighter rather than going to the shop. It's fine if you have to buy one ingredient, but buying 2 is way too expensive. So we're probably going to bank the Tentacle and buy the other component. Oops, that's weird. Why didn't it queue the one? That's fine though. Hello Chan! Welcome, welcome! You're not understanding the new combat proposal? Seems complicated? Yeah, every single time they do seem to be making it, like, differently complicated. So I'm curious if they're going to do a third proposal and just make it a little bit simpler. Personally, the most recent one can be summarized in they're basically just combining every skill together. Like they're taking every combat and boom, it's going to be one combat now. Instead of 4 or 5 or 6 or 7, it's just going to be 1. That basically summarizes the entirety of the combat change. There is more nuance than just that, but it basically is just taking every combat and merging them into one big mega combat. However, when they do that first update, assuming they do it exactly as proposed right now, the only thing that's coming in Wave 1 of the update is them merging everything. Combat itself looks exactly the same. Like, this is what combat looks like after the change. It's exactly like this. We don't have a skill tree yet. We won't have We won't have special attacks yet. It's literally going to look like exactly what you're seeing now. Just the numbers behind the hood are going to be a little bit different as far as what you need to prioritize the kill, what you need to go and do as far as, you know, going from zone to zone. But one nice quality of life that is, I guess, technically different is you don't have to gear up as much, as all gear from all chapters will work everywhere. So you don't have to go get, like, you know, like if I was to go to guard right now and go to chapter 1, I would not be able to use the gear that we have right now, or really solid 3-4-star gear that we have, or really solid 4-star weapons. Like, we wouldn't be able to use any of that in chapter 1, but after the change you will. So whatever gear I have from right here, like if I get a really good drop here, I could literally go back to like chapter 1, or go to raid dens is a good example. Like if I got like a really, really good weapon that's better than what I have right now, and which is kind of hard because it's pretty much our best slot. But hypothetically, if we got a weapon that's better than what we have right now, we could then go, oh, let's go do some AFK raid dens then with our new weapon in chapter 4. Whereas you wouldn't be able to do that now. Like if I got a really good drop here, that would not help me at all in chapter 4. But, you know, we could get a good drop here and then be like, okay, let's go AFK now. And just go head over to Chronopolis's raid dens or something. So you can just bring your gear from chapter to chapter, which is really nice. So you have to gear way less often. There's also going to be a way less higher disparity between how often you need a gear as well. And what I mean by this is, let's say you're level 1000 and you didn't get a single weapon upgrade from 1000 to 1100. In the current state of the game, if you didn't get an upgrade in 100 levels, that's really bad. But after the change in that hypothetical, you would only have roughly 10% less damage. Compared to now, you would have to upgrade within like 10 levels compared to that hypothetical. Whereas in the other situation, you would only have to have upgrade after about 100. You'd still want to probably upgrade more often than that, but the disparity between how much extra damage percent you have from doing an upgrade now is way higher than doing an upgrade later. Essentially meaning you have to upgrade a lot less in the new system. Not just because all chapters are combined together, but also because the amount of extra power you're getting from like a 10, 20, 30 upgrade is way lower after the update compared to now. So you have to gear way, way, way less compared to now. Whereas right now, honestly, you need to gear like every 10, 20 levels pretty much. Like I was using a 115 3-star, and the second I got to this, I upgraded to a 120. Like you have to upgrade really often in the current state of the game, where you kind of just camp a 3-star for a little bit and then upgrade it like 5, 10, 15 levels into a 4-star, and just keep doing that over and over again. Whereas in a newer system, you could probably go like 50, 100 levels without seeing that much of an impact in your damage if you wait. Whereas right now, it's really important to keep upgrading, upgrading, upgrading. Especially if you're fighting something way stronger than you. Like a 128 when we're 121. Particularly 120 earlier. Do you prefer fast or slow weapons? Fast weapons are almost always better due to how overkill damage works in pretty much every game in existence. Because if you're playing a game that doesn't reward you at all for overkill, you should almost always be using a quicker hitting weapon rather than a slower hitting weapon. It is mostly because due to slower attack speed, you're wasting a lot of potential damage if you're overkilling something. The only game I've seen balance that correctly is probably the Xenoblade Chronicles series, which is a JRPG that Nintendo has. That's actually getting another release, I think, in a couple months. Not sure if I'm going to stream it or not. I think it's coming out in, like, May. But, basically, they actually reward you with extra XP for doing overkill. But in most games, you don't get any reward for overkilling an enemy at all. And this is slightly problematic for slower-hitting weapons, as you're more likely to waste a lot more damage potential with a slow-hitting weapon compared to a fast-hitting weapon. It's mostly due to the interval between attacks, if you're using something slow compared to fast. So generally speaking, in Brighter Shores, you should always be using a quicker hitting weapon. And this longsword is really good because it's the quickest weapon in the game, or, you know, tied quickest weapon in the game, while also being really, really powerful. Because it doesn't have any kind of element on it. It has a lot higher base damage than a normal weapon. So it's a really solid option for Cryo Knight. And honestly, Cryo Knight can camp this against pretty much any enemy that isn't weak to blue. But the main exception being weak to blue, where you'd want to use Rapier instead. But you really only need 3 weapons on Cryo Knight. It's slightly different for the other 3 classes. But at least for Cryo Knight, there's really only 3 things you really ever need. I guess Hammer Mage is somewhat similar. Probably even Guardian to some degree. In that the main 3 weapons you ever really need are your physical one, a ranged weapon that's good against whatever elemental weakness you are fighting, or simply just one that is neutral, like a physical one, and a one to your current color of whatever your class is. So for example, a Hammer Mage's setup would be the one-hand fist physical weapon as their one hand, their 2-hand yellow big wacky weapon, and then whatever ranged weapon they want. And in the case of Guardian, they would be using their one-hand cudgel thingy, that one physical one that has like middle attack speed, and then their two-hand would be their green stabby weapon, and then their ranged weapon would be whatever they wanted. So every class has a setup for it. It's just Cryo Knight's the only one that has it on two-hand, which is really nice. His two hands, from what I can tell, has a little bit better DPS compared to one hand. So Cryo Knight has a little bit of an advantage in that regard, as both the other two classes have it in their one hand, whereas Cryo Knight has it in their two hand. Is that no creamy perfect tile? Doing some perfect tile mining. What war are you up to these days? Are you still doing the Adithro? Yeah, I have heard people mention that the Cryo Broadsword is really good. This game has a weird formula for attack speed that I am not too familiar with how it works. But I have heard a lot of people mention who've done like a lot of combat that the two-hand blue weapon for Cryo Knight is really good, even though I've almost never used it. Because I almost always go the rapier with the shield instead, just so that I can main these three items. The two-hand longsword, the one-hand rapier, and then whatever range weapon we need at a given time or have access to that's good. Normally I don't bother making a range weapon for every single enemy. It's also not as viable to upgrade since you have very limited ammo. But I did go out of my way to make this for the Tentacle just because we were so under-leveled. We still are, we're 7 levels under. So I just needed a little bit extra advantage against them. It's not worth upgrading though. After the combat rework is fully implemented, it would be worth upgrading a ranged weapon. But in the current state of the game, it's almost never worth it to 4-star your ranged weapon. It doesn't get an extra ammo or anything from being 4-starred either. 3 and 4-star have the same ammo number. And you have such a limited ammo in a fight. And a lot of fights you can't even get 4 shots off anyways. It's Tentacle you can because it's stationary, but a lot of enemies you can only get like 2 or 3 hits off before they get to you. You're doing 303 and Adithro? Nice. Yeah, we're slowly going up. I really need to get 262 so that I could do tier 5 Flatiniums. Though based on their current proposed combat changes, we're honestly good for like 2 months of combat. Because my current crafting can go to a little over 1,100. And you know how long that lasts? 1,100? Under the new system? That's basically the equivalence if I was to go get 2 500s. And I would still be able to make gear into 4-star. That will last so absurdly long. But yeah, I can basically make 4 stars all the way up to the entire range of 2 500s as far as time duration. Which is so long compared to how far I thought this would go. Because, for example, this can't even craft for my current watch person level. But under the new system, it would work for like the next 2 months of combat. If I did combat only for 2 months straight. Which is kind of crazy. Given that it doesn't even support my current level right now. Yeah, under the new system, it would support us for like 2 months of non-stop combat. Yeah, they're called Sucky Suckers. Yeah, this is an actual thing. When I saw that, I was like, oh, we 100% have to do this for Valentine's Day. But yeah, for Valentine's Day, we're collecting Sucky Suckers from the Tentacles. Seems like the perfect Valentine's Day thing to do. Closest thing we have to a Valentine's Day event in this game. Plus, I actually need these for my alchemy level. Like, it's actual grind that we need to do as well. And what's kind of funny is it perfectly coincided. It's one of the reasons I was doing that grind yesterday. When we were doing the slime thingies. So that today we could be set up for the Sucky Suckers. You want to collect these now? They're actually really useful. They're for the best fear potion in the game, which fills a really nice gap in pretty early push 200 alchemy. Yeah, I'm not sure what they're doing with all the alchemy drops. It's still something that's kind of confusing to me with the update. Out of anything that was mentioned on it, I don't quite understand how they're spreading up all the alchemy drops after the change. It still somewhat confuses me how exactly they're going about that. It's one of the reasons why I want to do a bunch of Mind Fleeter now. In case they're going to mess around with it a ton, I want to make sure we already have all the supplies we need for alchemy. So I'm probably doing like 80-90% Mind Fighter prior to the first combat merge. Just out of fear that Mind Fighter might be nerfed into the ground after. And in case it is, it's way better to just keep spam grinding it now. As if we have the alchemy supplies now, they'll still be in our bank. But if they change where some things drop or how they drop, it might be less viable to go for compared to now. And we need a lot of these. We did the math earlier, though. I probably will do a little bit of a different plan. But if you were to go using only these, you would need about 7,000 of these. Like these little red Sucky Sucker things that we keep getting. If you were to go from here to here, doing no AFK method and doing no other potion at all, it was like 7,000 something when we did the math on it. Though I can't remember if I counted for knowledge points or not with that number. But it was around 7,000 Sucky Suckers we need. And there's only 1 to 2 components. It's not even counting the second component, which is the eye from the toads. Though it is way easier to bank the tentacles, so I'd probably just bank the tentacles and just buy the eyes, most likely. Even though the toads are weak to blue, they are generally in a really weird spot to try to kill them. Not just locationally, but also where they come up in the progression is really annoying. Because they're in a place where you kind of wouldn't want to kill them a lot of times. Which makes it really annoying to try to get their eyes. Because right now we could technically attack them, but they're way too strong. But by the time we are strong enough to kill them, we're already going to be able to take out the blobs and everything. Which is already another enemy weak to blue. So I'm not sure what we're doing with those toads. All I know is that we're staying on this floor thingy until like 137, 138 or so. Maybe not all today. Well, technically all today. Maybe not all on stream. I do want to try to get to 137, 138 combat today. Or whatever mining level we get to from just doing a little bit of mining in the other room. Oh yeah, the music in this area is really good. Across the entire game as well. But Management Tubin definitely has my favorite music, particularly for battle themes, but even just in general. Chronopolis is probably my second favorite, Hope Port third, and Hope Forest least favorite. Hope Forest still has good music though. I feel like it has a lot less unique music compared to other areas. It also has some areas that are corrupted that has no music playing at all. Which has almost like negative music compared to an average chapter. And are they going to change pre-collected supplies into new ones? I have no clue what they're going to be doing that. That's the main thing out of anything that I probably have the biggest question with. Though for the Q&A, that's not the question I mentioned, though. I actually did give a question to the Q&A earlier. Technically, I gave 2 questions, but hopefully they take the first one. I only put the second one there just because it's so thematically similar, and I didn't see anyone asking it. They did say 1 question only, but that didn't stop me from posting a second. I made sure the more important one was first, though, so hopefully they'll actually read off that one. Because apparently they're doing some kind of Q&A next week, going over combat changes. So, yeah, they're currently collecting questions for it. I'm not sure everywhere where they're doing it, but I saw it on Steam. So I just replied to it on Steam. What was the question that I gave? Let's see. The one that I gave them was, oh yeah, I think it was with, there was technically 2. It was with the level range, like what will happen with the level range, but also mentioning if we could ever change the priority of what kind of class gear we get. Because right now as a Crown Knight, I only get Crown Knight drops. There's currently no way to change it so I get Guardian drops, or change it so I get Hammer Mage drops. Yes, you do occasionally get a few here and there, but there's no way to change your drop table to, like, a specific class. You're forced to have to get your current class's drop table. My question was along the lines of, would they ever change that? Because Cryo Knight actually has the worst drop table of any of the 3 classes. relative to a trade economy. If you're playing Iron Man mode, it won't affect you at all. But if you're playing with trading enabled, Cryonite by far has the worst drop table of any of the 3 classes. Just because everything is so easy to craft compared to the other 2. Compared to Hammer Mage's 2-hand that requires Deathstone and U-Poles. Compared to the average Guardian item that needs like a billion different components to end up making. Most Cryonite gear is very straightforward to make. And every one of its current best in slots and likely future to be best in slots all require 0 carpentry whatsoever. Hello, Chino! Welcome, welcome. So they have no high-ticket item like the other 2 classes do. So when a player trading economy comes out, Cryonites have the worst benefit from combat out of any of the 3. At least when it comes to player trading. Because the economy is just going to be overly flooded with Cryonite gear. This does have the benefit of all Cryonite gear will be cheaper to obtain. But it also has the downside of Cryonites making the least amount of money from combat compared to the other 2 classes. You got 4K yesterday? Huge congrats, Gino. Nice. Oh, that's funny. You got 4K today that we got 200 all. Or, you know, 200 all non-combat. After the merge, we're 200, so I'm still counting it as 200 all. But, nice, nice. Let's see. Where are you? Top players. There you are, 3rd place with 4,009. Nice. We're getting there slowly. About to take 21st soon. Oh, we're about to have true top 20. I've actually never had true top 20 yet. That'd be kind of cool. Not really rushing towards it, but, yeah, I might naturally end up getting it. Be a true top 20 is actually around the corner. Actually, what level do I need? The person who has it is hidden. I would need level 3,700, it looks like. If I was to get to 3,700 in a timely manner, I think we'd be for top 20 for the first time ever. Like, true top 20. Because we've been top 20 before if you ignore all the anonymous. But I don't think at any point in the game we've ever been true top 20. When counting for true leaderboard. So we're actually almost there. After the combat merge, I believe we instantly get it. As a lot of people's numbers are inflated with combat. There's also why our number is shooting up right now, since I am prioritizing combat a bit right now. I don't plan to do the other 2, though. I plan to only do Mindfighter, and maybe AFK raid dens, but mostly Mindfighter. It's mostly because of all the alchemy supplies you get from this chapter. With one of them being one that we pretty much immediately need as well. Maybe not immediately, but in the very near future after I go process everything else that's in our bank. You're working on getting to the 344 raids? Nice. Yeah, I've been slowly working on that. The main problem I have with that is I need 306 before I can do the AFK. And I need 315 before I can start doing the really good EXP rate from the investigation. But yeah, I might do that once we get close. Once I get to around 306 detective, I'll probably run the AFK for a couple days or almost a week. And then start running investigation so I get to 344. That way we'd start doing the better raid dens after the combat rework. Hello, Sir Valiant. Welcome, welcome. The only problem with that is I'm not sure if I'll be able to AFK them, though. You're doing the 219 raids all the way to 315? Oh, God. Yeah, I kind of want to do slightly more. I'm not sure if I want to do it all the way that far. Like, what's your penalty right now? Isn't it like 40, 50% or something? It has to be absurdly high. But hello, Sir Valiant. Welcome, welcome. Hope you've been having a wonderful day. Wonderful Valentine's Day. Or make it when... Oh, sorry, I didn't read your other comment. Jay. Or make it so that when the weapons are untuned as drops... Well, there's not going to be untuning anymore. That's not a thing anymore after the proposed combat rework. You can choose to have them as a different class when untuning them. Perhaps even if it was 10% or something. It's your general issue with the game, as is no real variety in anything you do. I don't know, I feel like it has some variety. I feel like combat is very samey, though. Which is kind of why they're combining all into one big combat. This is a very samey skill. At least in its current state until they do further rework on it. Better player did the raid all the way till 3:30? That's kind of insane. What kind of penalty would that be? 59%? What? Wow, that's high. Yeah, I sold like a 45% penalty, and it's like, okay, I'm never touching that again. Because I think about like 45-ish penalty right now. I definitely wouldn't go above a 50% penalty. It's just way too high. Anything above 50%, I feel like it's not worth it on it. Because at that point, in theory, your EXP rate should be better if you did both of them separately. If you had 51% or higher penalty. That'd basically be the threshold where it's no longer worth it. Now, how much is this worth? Only 8? You know, I'm gonna keep these on the ground as well. You know what? Give me all of them. But yeah, I'm not gonna bother banking them. It's only worth 10 silver. You know what's worth 10 silver? 1 sucker or 1 of these. And there's no good way to bank them. Unless I go put in my rift. But I'm not gonna put in my rift just for like 9 silver. If we get a 3 or 4 star, we'll bank it. But anything else, we're just keeping it on the ground. Because these are way more valuable to us. They can actually be banked unlike the other things. I'm curious how the under this new system storage rift is going to work in that regard, though, or quartermaster rift. Because you're going to be able to put a lot of stuff there when doing production skills. Like a lot of stuff. Yeah, I did try the 296 stall earlier. It didn't seem that worth it from what I could tell. But I didn't do it for that long. Wait, why is this a... What? I'm so confused. Why did I just get a lower level sucker? I didn't realize that's even a thing. He gave me the low tier sucker instead of the high tier sucker. Where are my Sucky Suckers? That's weird. I didn't realize that's even a thing. Did they hotfix the game literally just now? No. Did I accidentally do pass action? Maybe it was from someone going by. Or did I misclick it? I'm not sure. Because I'm pretty sure these things can't drop the lower tier one. Yeah, stuff like this is the main reason we have to do Mind Fighter. Not necessarily because the combat XP, though the combat XP towards the new combat system is nice. But the main reason is for all the alchemy supplies. Because there is so much that we need from it. And doing it now allows us to focus on it compared to after the new change. Where it might bring us to a bunch of other chapters and everything. Plus they might divide some of the resources to other chapters, so I just want to focus on it now. While we know exactly how it is. And hey, free mining XP. We need 262 anyways. This would be a great way to start working towards it. Though I think we have to mine 1 billion of these things. This andesite that I'm currently doing, I think we have to mine like 10, 20,000 of it or something. Oh no, someone's taking my tentacle. What are you doing? Don't accidentally get attacked by that. That's mine. My tentacle. Technically, we can kill that one without going too far out of our way. This one's way closer, though. As long as we're not forced to have to kill that tentacle or that tentacle. Luckily, no one's really doing combat in this room at the moment. So we've got a tentacle all to ourselves. And every time we come here, we get like 15 key mining XP. Which sounds like a lot, but gosh, we need a lot as well. We still need like another 1 million for our next level. Slightly a little less, but it's almost 1 million. Also, I never did upgrade my pickaxe higher, by the way. I've mostly been investing the money back into alchemy and a few other skills and everything. So I am still just rocking with level 30 pickaxe. I was considering a 35, but we're just going to rock to 30. It's fine. It's not too big a deal. Gotta keep some kind of buffer room for our cash so we don't hit 0 again. Even with that buffer, we'll probably still hit 0 again. So I really start going heavy into merchant again. But the problem with 5% pots is, when do I drink them? I also don't want to juggle them on the ground. It's the same reason I keep keeping this in my inventory. Yeah, I can't wait until we get equipable potions. I just really hope they make it for combat potions as well. Like, it makes sense that you can only carry 20, like, on you in a battle. But I hope you can still put more of them in on your tool belt, so you don't have to do something like this. Because there's a chance that even after equipable potions, this issue is still in the game. Where whenever you have, like, a heal pot and or combat boost pot, they stay in your inventory so you can keep restocking. Because they might only put the passive potions in here, or not passive, but you know, the, like the XP pots, fear pots, stuff like that. They might not put excess combat pots in your little potion belt or whatever ends up getting added. In which case, stuff like this that we're doing right now would still have the same problem even after it, depending on how they go about it. Yeah, the mining board's at top 20 is at 400 now, yeah. There's definitely no way to make mining leaderboard at this point. I could still technically do it for smithing, but I have no intention to go all in on smithing at the moment. After the changes proposed the other day, we're good on smithing for like 2-3 months of combat. As long as like 2 500s to still be able to make 4-star equipment. We're gonna be solid for a while. So it's really a low priority at the moment. It was way higher priority before because in the current state of the game, we don't even have enough to support Chronopolis at 271. But under the new system, we have enough to support us all the way till like level 1100 or so. Which is like nearly halfway to max combat. With simply the levels we have now. Whereas right now our current setup doesn't even get us to 1 max skill. Whereas the new setup gets us to almost like 2.5 max skills worth of combat. So my priority to get smithing up has just tanked like crazy after the rework proposal. Just because even right now we have way too high of a level relative to what we need. Even 200 would be way too high of a level compared to what we need. Oh, so at some point I will bank these healing potions because we will reach a point where we're consistent enough against the tentacle that we'll never lose. I'd probably say around level 125. Definitely by 128 if we keep staying on them. Because by then we'll be the same level. And probably have a gear upgrade or two from them. So far, no upgrades yet. The best we got is that 2-star rapier I'm letting despawn. This is not worth trying to sell it for a little under 10 silver. When every node we're getting is basically worth 10 silver. Don't do it, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it! He better not have done it. No! Why? Why? Why do people always do this? You would think people would know by now. To not get hit by these things. Why would you do such a thing? So much XP waste. They can't attack it while they're in combat with it. Lazy people. Like, I understand not doing true tile for them. Like, doing all the corner skips. But you gotta at least do, like, you know, the paths that don't get you hit. I understand that not everyone's gonna corner skip the whole thing. But you can very easily just move around them. And just do flat lines instead. We're getting a lot more consistent with the kills, as long as it doesn't want to high roll us multiple times in a row. It's really slow hitting, so it's very variable in that regard. Oh yeah, also in old school RuneScape news, still no beaver pet. And we finally have 10 million arrow shafts. We have a green stack now. Look at how dry we are. It's absolutely insane. Yeah, still no pet. What's our XP at? 84 million XP. Also, our membership expires today, technically. I am probably going to renew it, though. Even though they're price gouging us for like $100. I think last year I paid like 60 or 70 bucks for it. I'm sorry, I forgot to hide it. There we go. But, yeah, I think it was like 60, 70 last year that I got it. And they've raised it so much. But I'm still going to renew it. Just in case I ever need clips for it or anything for Brighter Shores videos or anything else. But currently I've been paying for it for 4 months to click on a tree. Which means if it takes us another 4 months to get it, I would have paid $33 over the course of 4 months, over 1,000 hours, just clicking on a tree. And people think Brighter Shores gameplay is repetitive. Like, yeah, there's more variety in old school RuneScape, but gosh. Imagine spending 2,000 hours on 2 tiles doing the same activity. Because that's been our life the last, like, 4 months. Like, we're at, like, 1,500 hours now. Having basically never left 2 tiles. Simply clicking on a tree every 5 minutes. Hello, Sonny. Welcome, welcome. Hope you have a good Valentine's Day. Thanks for stopping by. Also, we can use the new double spawning system. Because ever since they changed how cue ball action works, or added cue ball action, they made it so you could double spawn. And it actually works perfectly for the timer with the andesite, or whatever these things are called. There's also some foraging routes that works really well for as well. But it works really, really well with this one rock. As the amount of time to go bank is almost perfect timing for a double respawn. So hello, I'm K Jetson. Welcome, welcome, and thank you for the like. Really appreciate it. Hope all has been well. So this guy still hasn't retreated. He's still in his fight. He's in a stare down with a tentacle. He's still there. What is he doing? He's still there. At this point, he's gonna get logged out. I'm not sure if he can get logged out from inactivity while in combat. It's one of the reasons why the raid dens work so good for AFK time as well. Yeah, this is a really exhilarating battle over here. It's been going for like 5 minutes now. And they're still fighting it out. Eventually one of them will die. Somehow. Still a 29 tentacle. It's tanking really well so far. I don't think it's taken any damage yet from the staring contest. So hopefully those 4 tentacles from earlier despawn soon. I'm not sure how it got past actions. If it was from someone going nearby or from me accidentally clicking on it. But there's still 4 low tier ones that we definitely need to just despawn. Because I keep seeing the number there and thinking like, oh, I have things I need to go pick up. But it's being inflated by the 4 drop. Because these will only drop in 1 and 2s. At least at this level range. At higher level range you will get 3 and 4. But current level range it's only 1 and 2. I said, hello, Amber. Happy Valentine's Day. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. We're just collecting our Sucky Suckers. I'll still never get over that name. That didn't drop the bass from yesterday was pretty funny. But when I learned that these were called Sucky Suckers, I knew I had to do it today. And we get to use them at 238 alchemy. And they're going to be really good for a couple activities. Because right now I'm using 9-minute fear pots. And that's an extra 6-minute duration that we don't need to take another sip. They're pretty expensive though. I wonder if it might just be worth just selling them. Because once player trading comes out, one interesting dynamic is... let me actually go check something. Is that the case? It might legitimately be better to sell them than to use them. Oh, there, he finally ran. Because I didn't think about that just now. What's the sell price of them? 12 silver. Pretty much 13. 12.9. There's potentially worth it just to go and sell them and then buy fear pots from everyone else. And just buy 9-minute fears from other people. That's something we might have to do when player trading comes out. Go down that angle. I didn't even think about that just now. Even though you'd have to sip it less often, you can buy like 4 to 6 9-minute fear potions for the cost of selling 1 to the shop of a 15-minute fear. Which might be what we do. Because it also makes all of our money back. Because I'm pretty sure the secondary ingredient that we need for this potion is less than 12 silver. It's less than the cost of the potion. Which means as long as we collect one of them, aka the Sucky Sucker, then the other component we can simply just buy from the shop and still profit. We won't profit as much, but we would profit. And just throw the money into buying 9-minute fears from other people. If you were Iron Man, obviously we'd probably keep them still. But as non-Iron Man, yeah, it'd probably just be better to sell them to the shop and just trade for 1 to 3 silver to buy people's 9-minute fears. Or whatever the market wants for a 9-minute fear. It costs 1 silver to make. And it sells to the shop for like 3-ish. So I guess technically players would sell for about 4 or 5. It's still overall better though. You can buy at least 3 of them for the cost of 1 15-minute fear. So you can get 27 minutes fear instead of 15. You just have to sip them slightly more often. But not that much. Like over the course of an hour, you have to drink what? How many fears of 9? You'd have to do 7 9s, like 6 and something, 6 point something, compared to only doing 4 of the other. So it's not that bad for how much more expensive the other one is. Yeah, I didn't think about that till now. They're probably just worth selling and not even using. At least with player trading in mind. Honestly, even not counting player trading, even Iron Man players might still want to do that. Just because of the value of doing so. That's a problem with a lot of high-tier potion in the game currently. Especially when you talk about like 70, plus 70, plus 80 pots. Like they're almost better just to sell back for their value than to even keep them for their use case. There's a lot of potions that you definitely want to keep, like, you know, 10% XP pots, 8% XP pots, stuff like that. But the high-tier fears and high-tier combats are nearly better to sell than to keep. For whatever their shop wants to buy it back up. At least in the current state of the game, because there's nothing really worth using them on, content-wise. But I can't really think of any instance where that much extra damage would really matter. Especially under the new system where power is going to be so strong. Oh yeah, I wonder how that's going to work. They kind of have to... I didn't even think about that. How are potions going to work after the new system? Because plus 40 now and plus 40 after the new system are 2 very different numbers. Plus 40 under the new system does basically 0. Compared to plus 40 now. Or compared to plus 80 now. So I wonder what they're going to do about that. I didn't think about that just now. The new combat system will completely delete these combat potions from ever being used. As you will lose out on more damage from drinking it compared to what you'd get for 1 attack. Even right now, it barely benefits you. But after the change, you would actually lose damage from drinking a combat pot. Which would be kind of weird. So they'd have to be rebalanced in some way. Gosh, so many people get hit by the tentacles. Is this really a common occurrence where people just run in? I didn't realize so many people don't bother skipping it. Like, I don't really see people corner skipping, but, you know, I still see people skipping a lot. Or they do, like, the full corner. Like, they waste a few extra tiles, but at least they don't get hit. Like that guy. I never realized so many people did that, because I'm normally not in this room camping it ever. I'm normally just walking by real quick. You don't know what to do in prep for the combat change? Oh yeah, that's our current poll, by the way, for this stream. It's, have the proposed combat changes changed how much you are doing combat in Brighter Shores right now? With currently at 14% doing more combat, 57% unchanged, and 29% doing less combat until the changes hit. This is where the poll is currently at. Any advice on what to do? The best thing to do would be... Mind Fighter has all the alchemy supplies, so trying to get it now is pretty beneficial. Especially if you plan to train alchemy at any time in the near future. Beyond that, getting all your combats to be closer to each other is the best thing you could do. So let's say your currently highest combat level is 100. You probably want to work all your other combats that are less than 100 towards 100. It's probably the best thing you could do if you want to do something combat oriented. Otherwise, one other thing that you could do if you want to prioritize more on gear and everything is, instead of even bothering with combat, if you haven't already done so, do all the gathering and production that you need to go make everything for your class. So if you were something like, I don't know, let's say a hammer mage, you'd want to be doing woodcutter, carpenter, miner, stonemason, stuff like that. So that whenever you need gear, they're good to go. You have all the gathering for it, you have all the production for it. Because the new crafting proposed system is really strong for how much effort needs to be put into it for what you get back from it. It's way stronger than the current system. Hey, almost got our first mine level from this as well. Even though we've already gained a couple combat. But mining's nearly there. I'm curious how many of these we'll have after this as well. Because I think I started around 10, as I did test it a little bit beforehand just to make sure it would work properly with my current gear. And the answer is yes. I just wasn't sure if I was under-geared, over-geared, or about average. I would say I'm about average. But it's mostly because even though we're so under-leveled, we got really lucky on gear. Like, really, really lucky. I think this is the most stacked we've ever been on gear at any level range. Like, I'm almost full 4-star without Armor Maker even being in the game. Yeah, the first wave of the combat rework, if I had to guess, is probably sometime next month. Could be early next month, could be late next month, but I don't believe it's going to be this month. It is February, so there's only like 2 more weeks left even in this month. And I don't think they're going to have it out in the next 2 weeks. Because they're doing a Q&A next week on the combat changes. And they're definitely not releasing it before then. And they haven't released a date, so that could easily be a week away. And obviously then they're going to do changes based on that feedback as well. So yeah, at bare minimum, it's like 3 weeks away. I would say wave 1 of the combat rework. Like 2 to 3 weeks. I do believe we'll get a quest in that time, though. We're definitely not going to get nothing for like 2 or 3 weeks straight. Or sure, hope not. While they work on the combat changes. Oh, did they change their mind? Are they just doing one big update all at once? Because based on what the post said, they were going to do at least 2 updates. Where they spread it between the merge and then another update for everything else. But I would definitely prefer they do it all at once. I hope they do that. Because I hope they don't spread it up into what the original plan was, which is doing the merging first and then doing special attacks and skill tree later. I hope it all comes at the exact same time. But based on the post that they most recently said, they are going to be spreading it up into at least 2 updates, if not 3. I saw Valerie's update. She mentioned that it was going to be 2 updates, not 1. She was just reading off the post thingy. But no, even in her video, it said 2 updates. Because I did see that one video. Because the current plan was to merge everything into one combat in one update. And then have a separate update for skill tree plus what the other thing called? The special attacks. Where the first update's simply just going to merge everything and change a few other mechanics. But then the second update will be skill tree, special attacks, and everything like that. Be all good. But we'll also get more information once they do the Q&A. As well as any opinions that they may have changed by then. Because they're doing a Q&A sometime next week. They should give us a lot of info on absolutely everything. They're currently collecting questions as well. I'm not sure everywhere they have it, but I know they have one on Reddit and one on Steam. I replied to the Steam one. But then they'll do one big Q&A on it. It's actually going to be the first stream officially from the devs as well. Or from Fen Research. But yeah, they're doing their first stream ever next week. So hello B, happy Valentine's Day and welcome. Oh, that's interesting. I don't think this is worth it. But it is interesting. 46% too. That's actually not a bad roll. Ah, that is so interesting. I can fight goblins for the best heal pot in the game now. When is the next enemy that's weak to yellow? I think it's this guy, right? No, he's weak to green. What is the second thing weak to yellow? Oh no! They're both right next to each other. That doesn't help us that much. I'll have to upgrade it later. That's fine. That's good if I upgrade it later. I'll use it to kill the goblins at the higher level range. When do you get to fight the higher level goblins? This is what I'll use it for. I just have to upgrade it with the other equipment. Yeah, perfect. I'll upgrade that mace to be able to like 150 then. So it can fight the goblins at 150. The 159 goblins. But yeah, we'll use the mace for that. Actually, I can probably go upgrade my axes too. I think my axes have a pretty bad roll though. That mace actually has a pretty good roll. It's the 3rd highest % roll you can have, which isn't too bad. It's not perfect, but for the amount of time it would take to get a better one is not worth it. But yeah, that mace is pretty huge. Because that means I can go stock up on the 35% heal supplies when we hit the next goblin. We're still sticking with Tentacle for today. But at level 150, we can start getting the best healing pot in the game supply. Which is worse XP than these Tentacles, but it's a really good heal pot. It also fills a nice gap in the level range. Where I don't think we have a particularly good enemy to kill at that point. So that goblin would become our good enemy to kill at that point. Because everything else around it isn't ideal to kill. We don't get another really good one until floor tentacle then. Basically I have nothing between this metalith and the tentacle. But now we do, we have the goblin. Perfect. So yeah, it's a really lucky drop then. And a really good roll too. It's only, what was it, 2 or 3% worse than a max roll. Oh yeah, I do need a better range weapon for when I get to him though. But hopefully we'll get one as a drop. Because he is immune to fire. So I can't just keep camping the weapon run right now. Honestly, I'm about to just make like a really good physical blade or something. Just so we have a nice neutral one that we don't need to worry about constantly changing. The only reason I got these fire blades is so, because we were so underleveled. We were fighting these as low as like 10 levels below them. And even right now we're still 5 levels below them. Like, I just want to use the physical blade just out of convenience. For the same reason that we use this longsword. It just works against everything if we really had to. Might not be our best in slot against everything, but we don't have to constantly keep changing it out over and over again. I should probably wait every few kills to go check it. I feel the paranoia of checking it every time. I'll probably still keep doing it even though it wastes a little bit of time. Just in case there's something really good in the stack. But I don't know, if we ever get a good drop, we'll easily see it on the top though. Like right now we can see that there are 2 stars on the top. You can always prioritize rarity order. So if we get a 3 or 4 star, it will also be on the top. So far, no 4-star from the tentacle, and our only 3-star was the mace, but the mace was really good. It fills a nice hole in what otherwise would have been our combat part. So we can actually kill the goblins this time, because on the previous set I actually skipped goblins, because I wasn't going to go out of my way to go make a weapon for them. But this time around we got it for free. I'll still need to go out of my way to make the upgrade for it, but I don't need to go and make everything. Plus then we'll have a 4-star as well, which will be nice against them. Ooh, almost got the 555. No, the real big milestone, though, for level is 3,600. That is truly, truly 200 all in a sense. in that at level 3,600 is what your level would be at 200 all. But we're still at 200 all after the new combat merge, so I still count it now. But 3,600 total level-wise would be the actual point if you had exactly 200 all. We are going to get there slightly slower because I'm currently putting all my knowledge into passive activities. I want to unlock every passive so that we can do every node on every skill, including all the AFK activities. So like all these holes we can simply go fill in. But I want to do that for every skill in the game. Up to whatever level range we're at, of course. Not literally filling out every page. Otherwise you'd need 500 all. But, you know, filling up to where we're at for every skill. Which requires you to get knowledge into every single skill in the game. They still haven't clarified what's going to happen to the combat ones, though, so I'm going to do it into all the non-combats first. Might put it in here because I need to do 3 points to get it go down. I'm not going to put it into Mind Fighter or Chronopolis' Watch Person. Because we don't currently know what the knowledge is going to happen. Like, what's going to happen with all the knowledge. After whatever changes they're doing with the rework. Oh, really unlucky on this fight. Oh no, for once I don't have enough room for all the suckers. I ran out of sucker room. I think it's the first time that happened. Where I got a sucker drop and did not have the inventory for it. Hey, Lazy Sloth is here. What our highest level is, because I feel like he's been doing a lot of crafting recently. Not sure if he's going all the way to max. Because my priority to try to get them to max has gone down so much after the combat rework proposal. As we could do hundreds of hours of combat and still be making 4-star gear for everything under the new proposal. So I'm not too worried about it. Oh! 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 Why is it always Guardian? I've gotten the last 4 weapon drops have all been Guardian. I know because I keep having to upgrade it and only make a stonemason item every time, which is perfectly fine. I'd prefer it this way. It's actually really good that this is happening. But even right now, you can still see I have like 2 left, and I've already used some of them too. Look at this, Guardian weapon. Oh, it went to Untuned. Oh, it's Untuned, interesting. Of course, it's not a thing anymore after the changes, but I'll still be using it for this chapter, though. But it's really lucky that we keep getting those, because I'd much rather have a Guardian item than a Hammer Mage one. As Hammer Mage items are really easy to make. They only cost 3 or 4 stones, whereas Guardian items require you to have a billion different items to craft anything. So we're getting really lucky on those drops. But yeah, we'll use that for one of our upgrades then. Not sure if we'll use it for our next upgrade, but we'll definitely use it for a upgrade. I probably want to use the lower level one first before it gets way too out-leveled, though. We'll save that one for our upgrade after our next upgrade. But 2 upgrades for now, we'll use that. Because this 4-star that we're using right now used 1. I think even this rapier did too. Like, this was from a Guardian drop that we got from an enemy. This was from a Guardian drop that we got from an enemy. Our next one will be from a Guardian drop we got from an enemy. And we just got another one. I haven't need to make a Guardian item. Actually, I don't think I'd need to craft a single Guardian item my entire Mind Fighter grind. Because we just keep getting so lucky and just keep getting them as drops. Hello, Stefan. Welcome, welcome. You've heard the most satisfying groans? Oh yeah, we got a really lucky drop. But no, the real drop that we're happy for is for the Sucky Suckers. No. Yeah, we got a untuned Guardian 3-star thingy for an upgrade, which is the way more annoying component of getting a 4-star weapon. Yep, first mining level almost there. We got so many more we need to do though. We got to get it to 262 before we can do anything other than this rock, which is kind of crazy. We're not farming it right now. I just figured since we're doing Tentacles, we might as well be doing it for free. Anytime we come into Tentacle, we will be coming back to here. And we got to do Tentacle, I believe, one more time for sure. I'm not sure if it's 2 more times before 200. But on this act, I don't want to go to the post 200 Tentacle as well. It's a 254. We can start fighting at 207. Yeah, I could probably get geared for it by... Oh no, can we get geared for it by 220? I feel like 220 is too low. Maybe I won't bother going for it. I'm not sure. Because I feel like we're going to get demolished if we try taking out a Tentacle at that level range. If we try fighting this at like 210, 220 when it's at 254. So maybe we won't go too much deeper than 200. I'll probably go a little bit. But the Tentacle that's post 200 is kind of annoying to gear for. Because we gotta do a lot of post 200 to get there. Like bare minimum 230 if not 240. Yeah, so far Tentacles have been pretty good to us. Oddly enough, no armor upgrade, but really good on the weapon upgrades. It has been dropping perfectly on weapons so far, which is the more important thing anyways. But no good armor drop yet though. We'll get it at some point. Luckily we're not under geared, so it's fine if it doesn't for a while. Also, anything it does drop it can't use till level 120 anyways. We're still 4.5 combat levels away. Up, first mining level coming in. Not much we can do with it anytime soon, but... Oh, and there's the 262 I was talking about as well. That's when we can start doing ore again. I don't really need it. The priority of doing this has gone down a ton since the combat rework mentions, but I don't know, it's still relevant to get there. It's just our relevancy of getting there quicker rather than later is not as high anymore. But still really important to get there. Just a lot lower priority than it was a few days ago. So what are we fighting after this tentacle? We won't be getting it today. But I do want to check. I think we're up against a double blue enemy, so it's finally time to get our rapier up. Which means I'll probably make a few and just grab whatever one's like 3 or 4% off. The last rapier was 2% off from max. I want to try to do similar again. Like 86% or better if we can help it. Even if I have to make multiple of them. Because a lot of the extra power comes from how high that percent is, so we want a really good roll for it. So I might have to make like 3 to 5 of them. That's fine. Because we're going to be using that weapon for a while, because not only do we have to use it on Toad, but we'll then also have to use it on Blob. Which we don't even have here yet, but the Blob will be level, the Blob in question will be level 143. And our combat level will be like 137 or 138 at the time. It means our rapier at best would be a 138 against a 143, which is fine. It's almost a, what, 50 level? No, more than 50. It's a 55 level upgrade compared to what we have now. I haven't been using this weapon, though. But it is 55 levels higher. Which is quite an improvement, to say the least. That is quite a jump. Might even upgrade my shield for once if it's worthwhile around that range. Just because of how long we're going to be using a shield for. Unless we get lucky with a shield drop by then. But I might have to go out of my way to upgrade my shield for once. It depends what our armor situation's like. If it seems like our armor's fine, I probably won't. But if we're falling behind on armor by then, I probably would. Some people are really upset about losing the max combat capes when the update hits. Yeah, it somewhat makes sense to some degree, because they really wanted that cape. And now combat doesn't contribute at all to that cape. The one that I referenced yesterday was Dragon Girl, or whatever her name is. She was someone who literally just rushed getting the Dragon Cape and then just did whatever. But they actually have basically 0 levels in anything in Chronopolis. All they did was simply get the combat they needed. But let's see if I can find them again real quick. I think they were the second person who did guard or watch person. Yeah, this person. Like, look at their distribution right now if they wanted it back. They were at 2020 the other day. They finally realized they should probably start training it. But yesterday it was 31, 2020. Now it's 31, 26, 21. And to get their cape back, they would need 500, 500, 500. Yeah, this was 31, 2020 yesterday. So they are training at some. Not sure if they're going to go all the way because they've done barely any levels since then. But we'll find out. That's one of the people that lost their cape. That literally has like a name and everything and rushed straight to get that cape. But now they won't have the cape anymore. And they were pretty much as far as you could possibly be away from getting the cape. As relative to how much grind they have to do, they have effectively 0 on all 3 stats that they need to be 500. My tentacle, no! Someone stole my tentacle! Oh no, the day has finally come. My tentacle has been stolen. Oh, good, he left. Wait, is he doing what we're doing? I want my tentacle back. Honestly, I might just kill that tentacle so it's a cycle for mine. I might do a double tentacle kill here, in case he's doing the same thing we're doing. Just so it's in our cycle. That's the only problem, though. Given the current amount of player base, it's sometimes hard to get a unique server to someone. So if 2 people are doing the exact same activity, you can somewhat block each other. Yeah, I don't think he is. Let me double check. Oh, good. He was just doing a one-off kill. We're fine, we're fine. We're not getting crashed. That's the only problem right now. Is that most, like, 1 person can do this at any given time. With the current amount of player base right now. Oh no, is he gonna do it? Is he gonna do it? Oh no. See if I can get it before him. Mine. Yep, we're both doing something similar. It looks like he's doing it with, like, iron or something. I'm not sure why he went all the way over there. But we are both still coming here for 1 tentacle kill. Not quite sure what he's doing, but he is still coming here for 1 tentacle kill like we are. It's not too big a deal to have to go to that one, though, or this one. But this one is way closer if we can get it. Probably saves like 2 seconds every cycle compared to having to do a further one. Oh, good. He's killing the other ones. Okay, we're safe. Yeah, it's one plus side and downside of the current server system. Is when the player base is low, you tend to get servered with everyone who's currently in the game. Which is good because every room always looks populated. But it's bad for combat. Because if a room is only slightly filled, but not like overly filled, you're going to keep getting the same server as everyone else. There's only like a few people doing combat rather than like a ton of people, like, you know, 5 plus, 10 plus. So you could easily get blocked on a certain spawn if you need it for an activity. It's something that gets fixed immediately if there's at least like 5 to 10 people doing combat in a room. It's actually really bad if there's only like 2 to 3 people doing combat in a room. As there isn't really a way to re-server to a different one. But after the combat rework, that should be a lot easier to do. Because everyone's going to be doing combat all at once. So every room is going to be overly filled. Which actually is sometimes a good thing, not a bad thing. As if whatever spawn you need is taken, you can just go to a different server and it won't be taken anymore. I just realized we're actually getting more XP per kill than we are from mining. I know that it takes way longer to kill, obviously, than just clicking on a rock. But we're actually getting 6k per kill compared to 5 point something per rock. Though obviously one is way, way, way quicker than the other. Which is why it's scaled that way. Oh, did he kill my floor tentacle? I think he did. Oh, no, he didn't. Just hadn't respawned yet. Yeah, we'll probably get more info on what will happen with the capes and everything else during the Q&A. They're doing a Q&A sometime next week. Related entirely to the combat rework. It'll also be the first official stream from the dev team themselves as well. We don't know who's going to be on it, though. We don't know if they're going to be able to get Andrew Gower. I sure hope they can, though. I'm sure if it's just going to be the community manager answering all the questions that they got from him. Or if it's going to be Andrew Gower actually answering questions on stream. Because now that I think about it, I don't think Andrew Gower has been publicly, like, there anywhere since the game has launched. He's just been in his cubbyhole coding the entire game nonstop. I guess technically skiing when he was going on winter break. But he has not left the coding room. But yeah, I don't think he's done a single public appearance since the game has launched. He's been too busy coding or vacationing. I just realized too, this thing is called a dark veined floor tentacle. Oh gosh. We've been going a little dry on Sucky Suckers though. For like the last several kills we haven't gotten one. Oh, don't do it. Don't do it. He's gonna do it. He's gonna do it. No. Okay, good. I saved him. I saved him. Oh, I saved him right in time. I saved the new player. Aw. Wow, we both saved him slightly. He still got hit by the third one, though. Come on, we tried clearing the path as much as we could for you. I cleared this one, he cleared that one, and you still got hit. You tried. I forgot, my money keeps moving up. That's kind of... Oh, no, misclick. No! I keep forgetting, you actually get money from kills as well. So even though we're not selling any of the gear, we're still making some money. Which I'll pay for our heal pots and everything. And everything else is just banked XP. I'm pretty sure I will be selling these when player trading comes out, though. That'll I'll send them to the alts for when it finally gets to 233 stonemason. Still haven't decided yet. I might just keep it on the alts, we'll see. Because I'm still going to need it for upgrade material in the future, so I might just keep it all. Even if we don't have the stonemason level to be able to process it, our alt account will in like 4 months from now. It'll take a while, but it will get there. So if we ever need to upgrade, we just make it on that instead of the main. There's too many other 500s we need to be prioritizing. So there will be a few that fall through the cracks. And 2 of those few are going to be Bone Ray and Stonemason. Where they're both absurdly good, but I won't be doing on the main account. I'll just use my 2 alts as the production for anything we ever need for them. You're getting 400 fishing tomorrow? Nice. Have you been banking any of it, or are you just selling and dropping? I believe at that level range you're a puffer eel right now. So assume you'd be selling that, but have you been banking anything else? Yeah, that's puffer eel. Because I kind of want to do post-level 226 fishing. So we can get the venture unlocked and everything else with it. Because I'm concerned 1 to 2 new quests might add more bounties to the game. I mean, more ventures to the game. And if they end up doing that, I don't have a good third venture to do at the moment. So I'd probably set up the fishing one. Yeah, the pufferfish are really good money per hour. Don't they sell for like 3-4 silver each or something? I was actually doing all my alts for money because they need to get to 25 fishing anyways for the one quest. But I've been using that for their knowledge points recently. Like I got both of them to a double knowledge bar this morning. Also, I saw I'm a Bud this morning too. I'm not sure if it's around right now. But I saw I'm a Bud fishing there earlier. He's currently not logged in. But he was there before the stream. When I was getting my knowledge points on the 2 ults. There's 1.2 gold per hour. That's not too bad. Ah, 2-star throwing rings. Come on, if you're gonna give us a 2-star, at least make it armor so it might be an upgrade. Because I believe a 2-star glove might actually be better than my 88 4-star right now. Gosh, I love how perfect that respawn is. That feels so clean every time that happens. You take the rocks and they immediately respawn like a second later. Not even. Like pretty much like the next available tick, boom. It just respawns right in front of you. It's just so clean. So one of a few situations, even though they said the cubable action would not increase the XP rate, there's one of several instances where it actually does increase your XP rate. Yeah, this gameplay loops are really satisfying. And also really efficient. Because it's the best thing I could be killing for Mine Fighter and the best thing I could be mining for mining XP. And we get to revisit as well. I'm not sure if we're going to grind enough to be able to do the post 200 one. Well, we get to do this one more time pre-200 with the 169, which we could probably kill around 160 to 179 or so for like 20 levels or so, as long as we can get geared enough by then. And I'm going to try to get geared off the goblins, and we got a mace drop that we can use against the goblins at 47%, so we're actually going to be able to kill them pretty well. So we'll gear off of these and then prep for the final tentacle pre-200. Not immediately. Still got to go make a stabby blue weapon to go kill the toads and slimes in between there. That'll be the thing we go for after. Oops, that's not the weapon I want. Oh, so if you're wondering why the little throwy weapon is 119 instead of 120, I was double checking what the lowest craft could be, and just so I wouldn't have to click a bunch, I ended up making it one level lower. And the main reason is that's where the 120 is. So I simply made the 199 from the lower tier below, just so I wouldn't have to go and keep clicking a number a billion times. So it saved a lot of time when crafting, as every single time it simply was just at max level already. I didn't have to click a billion item numbers to go get it to that number. And the only thing we don't get for is one less power. It's fine. Also, if we really had to, we can also upgrade it, though we're not going to need to. The amount of time it would take to upgrade it relative to the value we'd get just isn't high enough. Post 200 we would. Pre 200 is not going to be worth it. Hopefully there's some suckers in there. This might be a full inventory with no sucker. I'd be very unlucky. I'm not sure what its actual drop rate is though, but we should have definitely gotten some. Like every inventory should get at least like 4 to 6 on average, I want to say. Given that they're currently dropping in 1 and 2s at a time. There we go. There's one thing I do want to check before we end the stream, though. I want to see how much andesite and Sucky Suckers we have by the end of this, just so we know for future reference. Because however many we got in this level range is likely roughly how much we'll get at the other level range, unless the tentacle drops even more of them. In this case, we'll have a slightly better Sucky Sucker ratio. But the amount of andesite should be pretty similar. Like from this level range compared to the other tentacle. Or at least very comparable. Also, you always want to mine at least one of those rocks so it redoes the refresh timer. If you wonder why we always try to do at least one tap there. Sometimes I forget. But you always want to tap at least one rock, as every single respawn timer in that room is based on the first one you take. So right now we're ticking down the respawn for them. And then when we come back, we can grab these two and they'll both respawn immediately. But you have to hit the first rock to reset its respawn timer. And now all of them should respawn in about a second. And there we go. Perfect. Yeah, that's so clean. I love this so much. I wonder if they did that intentionally or what. But it is so absurdly clean. Also, we're still not even paired up with this tentacle yet. We're still 3.5 levels short until we're even the same level as it. Though it hasn't actually dropped me any upgrades that I can immediately use on it. Every upgrade I've gotten from it has been weapons for future kills. Not a single thing it has dropped I can actually use against it. We got no armor upgrade, we've gotten, and every weapon upgrade is for a future kill. In all fairness, there's not much room for a weapon upgrade. Like, any weapon that's going to give us is for something else, not for itself. Oh, so did it give me 4 suckers again? Why does that keep happening? Does it have like a really rare chance to do that or something? You just realized, based on how big this number is, I believe it did a 4 sucker rather than the higher rarity one. Hopefully the rarity above this never does that. Hopefully the rarity above also does like 3 or 4. Or at least 2 and 3. Yeah, I did it again. Apparently there's a very rare chance that it can do a 4 drop of the lower tier one. AKA a useless drop that we're never going to need. But yeah, that wasn't an accidental pass action or something. There's just like a really rare, like 1 in 25 chance or something that it drops the inferior one. You're almost 300 all Chronopolis? Nice, huge congrats. Are you going for the Dragon Cape? given the new changes to it. Because I definitely want to go for it at some point. I just got to dedicate an entire month to getting 500 merchant, and if we do that, it's easy sailing from there. Because this is pretty AFK, especially if Cubable action never works on Leatherworker. And this is as free as free gets, and is 100% AFK pretty much. Like, the only thing that's any amount of difficulty is getting 500 merchant. But if we can get past that, 500 all Chronopolis is free. Oh yeah, you can even tell. Notice my Bone Right EXP relative to my Stonemason EXP. Remember earlier when I said we kept getting Bone Right weapons when doing this chapter, so I haven't been needing to do any Bone Right? Notice that I have no excess EXP pretty much in my Bone Right, but look at how much EXP I have in Stonemason. This is just, maybe not just, but a lot of it is from simply upgrading our weapons. Because I keep getting Bone Right weapons, but no Stonemason weapons is dropped. I just keep getting Bone Right, Bone Right, Bone Right, Bone Right. And because of that, I've gained like half a Stonemason level, but none of a Bone Right. No, my tentacle! No! Alright, fine, I'll take the other one. Fine, we'll kill the other tentacle. Almost another level as well. Almost there. We're in like, what, 6k per kill? So yeah, 2 more kills. This one and the next one. So our next corner tentacle should be the level then. Oh, gotta be careful. Gosh, this tentacle is vicious. It's been waiting. It's been preparing this whole time to try to kill us. Seeing what we've done to the corner tentacle. Don't do it. Don't do it. He's about to do it. No, stop. Why does everyone keep doing that? Hopefully he will run away from the fight by the time I get there. Nope, he hasn't yet. How? There we go. Yeah, let me double check. How much is the other ingredient for the Sucky Sucker? I gotta double check. Because I'm probably just gonna mass buy them. A Sucky Sucker would cost pre-buff 11.8. Yeah, I assume the other one's like 12 then. Yeah, the other one's 12.5. Oh, again! Speaking of which, wow, we got another one! I literally have a blue crossbow to go with my blue crossbow. We're not even a guardian. Look at this. What is our Guardian luck for this area? We got one over there. We got one over here. Actually, it's technically a different crossbow. We got this Guardian weapon. We had 2 Guardian weapons earlier that have already fused into items, including this longsword that we're using right now, was from one of the previous Guardian items. Our Guardian luck in this chapter is so high. Like, my ratio of 3-star Guardian weapons is almost the same ratio of just Cryonite 3-star weapons. Like, it's really close. We've actually been getting so lucky. And that's good, too. Because Guardian's way more annoying to make than Stonemason. I find it kind of funny that we've gotten 2 crossbows from it. They were different crossbows, though. But they were both Guardian crossbows. Out of everything it could have been. Back-to-back crossbow. Well, not directly back-to-back, but, you know, our previous good drop was a 3-star crossbows wall from Bone Rate. And every single one of those basically just means a 4-star Cryonite weapon. At this rate, maybe I do upgrade my range weapon. Maybe it's trying to tell me something. I should go upgrade my range weapon. Keeps giving me crossbows. You can use it for anything, though. Even though it's a crossbow, you can still use it for your one hand. You can use it for your 2 hand. It doesn't have to be a ranged weapon. But apparently the game really wants me to go range. I know, range is kind of pretty bad until the combat rework. Until we get the skill tree that gives us more ammo, there's very little you can do with range. Like, you still need a, like, half-decent range weapon, but it matters way less than your melee weapon right now. Like, way less. I guess technically I should have dropped my heal potion, but I'm too paranoid about letting them despawn. I refuse to put a whole stack on the ground ever again. Even if it's inefficient. Till we have equipable potions, they will stay in my inventory. Until I can safely equip them to our body. I forgot, when you only have one item on the ground, you can actually queue it, which is kind of funny. It doesn't work for a stack, but if you have exactly one, you can actually queue an item on the ground. It only works if it's one singular item, though. Oh, nice. We hit the 555. So the real cool next milestone is 3,600. which is the total level you'd have if you had 200 all in the current system of the game. Counting the pre-merged combat system. Oh, play torso. I might actually need to check that. That might be an upgrade. We finally got a 2-star armor piece. Took long enough. But there's a small chance there's an upgrade compared to what I have. Or at least an upgrade in one stat. Because what am I fighting in the near future? Up, up, up. Not what I wanted. Because the next thing I'm fighting is doing fire damage. The thing after that is doing green damage. So if this has better fire or green than what I have now, it's probably worth it. Particularly green, because this is the one we're going to be out for way longer. Yeah, it is better for both. Alright, I can't wield it yet, but in the storage you go. That is indeed an upgrade. I just forgot we're not the combat level to even be able to wield it yet. Because we're still fighting the 128 tentacle at a lower level range. Even after all that we've killed so far, we're still not even at 128 yet. We're still 3 levels short. But at 128 we'll go equip whatever upgrades we have, which isn't a lot actually. It's dropping a lot of future weapon upgrades, but nothing for like right now other than that. It's the first item we actually get to equip at 128. And I'll finally ruin our perfect 3-4-star equipment setup. Oh, so I should look into upgrading the glove soon too. Even though it's 4-star, it's probably starting to fall behind. A 2-star glove could actually be better than it. Potentially. Oh no, it gave the bad sucker drop again. I can't wait till we get to the next tentacle, because I'm pretty sure that'll be off its drop table by then. Or I would sure hope so, at least. Because what's our full combat order at this point? We're doing Tentacle now. Then maybe a little bit of Fire Toad. But probably just straight to the Blob after Tentacle. Then after Blob we do Metal Lift. Then after Metal Lift we come back to, or we do Goblin. That one upgrade we got from this enemy right here. I'll make it into a 4-star mace. It's only 2% lower than max roll. Then we do Tentacle again. Then Fire Toad. Then, Blob again. Sentry's still using the same weapon. And yeah, that pretty much gets us to max. Unless you want to switch to Goblin or something at the end. As that Blob gets us all the way to 200. But then we'll start hitting the post 200 category if we want to actually go do it. I'm not sure if we will be. I know for sure we're getting at least 200 Mind Fighter. I'm not sure how deep into post 200 I'll be going. Or if I'll start tangenting into some of the other stuff. But bare minimum, we're going to do at least 200. The only problem is with Mind Fighter is there isn't anything immediately good to kill exactly at 200. For a Cryo Knight anyways. Because the Blob falls off at 202. These drop the best healing pot in the game, but neither are really good for us to kill. And that leaves us with a big gap before we get to something like Metal Lift or Tentacle. Oh no, my respawn's gonna be bad this time. I gotta grab a double ore. In this situation, we actually need to go north for this tile. Whenever you get a setup like this. Otherwise, we waste a tile going that way. Oh, there we go. Unfortunately, we won't get the perfect respawn, but they should be respawned by the time we get back with nothing else. We just won't be able to get a double respawn. So how many levels have we gained this time? We started at like, what, 120? So we're getting about... Interesting. We're getting about 2.5 combat levels an hour. Which normally would be low. You want to be getting at least like 3 plus. However, we're mining the whole time and banking everything. So 2.5 combat levels an hour is actually not that bad at all. Given that we're banking everything that's relevant. And mining like half the time. It's actually really, really good. That's below average, but we're doing a lot of multitasking. We're gaining mining XP and a bunch of bank material for stonemason and for alchemy. So even though that's worse than killing tentacle only, it's still better overall. It's actually really high. If we're doing tentacle only, that'd probably be closer to 4 levels an hour, or at least 3.5. But to only give up 1 or 1.5 of those levels to be able to do that much mining and banking is pretty solid. Also, soon I could probably store all my heal pots. I think we'll be at a point where... I think it's exactly at 128. Maybe a little bit earlier, but definitely at 128. I'd feel confident enough to put away my heal pots, and that we should be tanky enough to take them every time. And that gives us 20 battles of leeway. I almost want to do it now, to be honest. Because we haven't been needing that many. Even just recently, we've only used 23, and we keep using less and less per level. Just sometimes you get really unlucky on a fight and then you have to drink one. But we're getting to the point where our 20 buffer will be enough and can clear up 1 inventory space for banking. We're not quite out there yet though. Because of course the battle that we were mentioning that on is a battle I'm probably going to need to heal on. And that we should be fine. Fairly. $128, I would definitely be confident doing it. I'm not sure if we do it prior though. Because if I run out of my 20 heals, we then have to go bank. Which wastes a lot of time. It's not too hard getting back here, but it's definitely like a good minute. We have to go all the way from here. All the way over. While also going all the way in Hopeport to go grab more potions. He's muted. Yeah, we'll see if we go to that leather worker party or not. And I've gotten to a handful of them so far for various people's level ups. My efficiency mindset is like, oh no, too much XP waste. Oh yeah, Miles, yes, I'll definitely come to your 500 all Chronopolis for sure. 100%. Just let me know when it is. This is all I can be around. Yeah, I haven't done any celebration for any of my levels so far. Not even for technically 200 all. But no, maybe we will for our first ever 500. At this point, honestly, I don't even know what my first 500 is going to be. Because it's not going to be combat anymore after the combat changes. So I'm not even sure what my first 500 is. Depending on how long away the combat rework is, it could be Merchant. Oddly enough. But also probably not, because I don't think I'm going to go that deep into it. I don't know, I'm trying to think what my first 500 is even going to be. Because the way that I want to level, I mentioned this pretty early on, ever since I knew what the XP curve was like at 200, and what it would be like when you get 500 and you stop getting XP. My plan was always to basically never go for a 500. Because then you stop gaining XP, and the number go up simulator stops. I was mentioning way back when that I'd probably get 300 all before I would even have a single 500. And honestly, that might actually still happen. I might legitimately have like 250, 300 all before we have a single 500 skill. Oh, that fight was really close. We should have not have chanced it that far. That was the closest we came to dying to that thing all day. Which I just realized, we haven't died to the tentacle yet today, have we? I don't think we have. Also because all you have to do is walk by one step and you are invincible to it. So it's kind of hard to die to it, unless you're just letting it chance you. But you can just infinitely heal by just stepping back. Out of curiosity, if I was to go and subtract everything, what is my current levels right now? If you subtract 200 from everything. So we haven't done any chef. Fisherman, or Forger. We have level 0. We have level 4 Alchemist. We have level 1 Gatherer and Carpenter. 48 Mining, 66 Blacksmith. 99 Detective, 10 Leatherworker, and 29 Merchant. So there's still a lot of skills we haven't started yet. The main milestone in each is just Chef needs a bunch of other skills, then number go up as you just do contracts. Fisherman, you need 226 for the venture. Forger is 209 for the 10% pot. Alchemist is just keep getting it up because they're all useful. Gatherer is 208 because you need the leaks for Chef. And Adventure 248 for the cryopots for alchemy. Woodcutter, you need 208 so you can do all tier 5 minus you. 216 for Carpenter for the same reason. Everything for Carpenter tier 5 except for you, trees. Or at least as far as useful things. There's some Guardian ones in there, but we don't care about those. Bonewright Stonemason probably staying as is for now. Miner Blacksmith, you just need it as high as your combat is at any given time. And Detective, we'll just get to 500 for free just by AFK in combat after the rework. And then Merchant Leatherwork, you just go out of your way for money. Or to prep for Chapter 5. Which means our first 500 would probably be Detective. Assuming raid dens are really good after the rework, which based on current info, the answer is yes. So as long as they're really good out after the rework, we're probably doing Detective as our first 500. In our combat grind. Basically, combat could be our first 500, but that doesn't count. Realistically, Detective will be our first 500. Not counting combat. This combat has a bit of a weirder system. Also, I just realized, I think I have every single weapon type banked at this point for ranged weapons. So if I really wanted to use some of the Spirit Guardian stuff we've been getting, we can actually upgrade any ranged weapon to a 4-star at our level range if we want to. Just by making a high enough stonemason item. I'm just not sure if there's any that are going to be worth doing it on. Maybe the Goblin? Because I have a level 88 axe, throwing axe that we could upgrade. Because we're going to be camping that one probably the longest out of anything that needs a ranged weapon. That would be kind of annoying to kill. Is the Goblin at 147, the 159 Goblin. Because we got to camp that all the way until we are competent enough to kill the Tentacle. Which basically means it's a level 159. And then we move to Tentacle. With all the upgrades we got from Goblin. Which means I'd ideally want to start Goblin at like 150 at the latest. Which works because I believe the Metalith goes about that high. The Metalith goes until 152, so it'll work out perfectly. As the Metalith gets us geared for the Goblin, which gets us geared for the Tentacle. Oh, that's so many suckers. What happened? When did we get so many all of a sudden? Went from getting almost none and it's like, here's all of them. There's like 3 drops in a row right there. He's only dropping 1 or 2 at a time. At least at this tier. Oh, Redo's still here. Luckily he's taking the middle 2 now. He's gone away from our corner 1. We have claimed this one as our own. At least for today. At least until we get our level that we need. Which is pretty much a high enough level that we can kill the toads. Which realistically I would actually say is 133. Oddly enough. Not sure if we're doing it all this stream. Probably not. I want to hit at least 130 this stream though. Dude, that's basically the range where we could technically start taking out the toad. Is at 130 combat. Because by then we'd have all the tentacle upgrades. And that's a perfectly fine number to go upgrade our spear or rapier. Because our current rapier is only at 83 and 100% would need an upgrade. Even a 3-star would be better than it. Which is probably what I'm going to do. I'm going to make a 3-star initially and then upgrade to a 4-star around the time we go to Blob. But use a 3-star on Fire Toad and upgrade to a 4-star for Blob. And since we're using a shield for a while, I might even upgrade my shield around then. We do have to go a little bit out of our way for that because I don't have either of the other 2 components. But it would also give us a 130 4-star shield rather than a 110 3-star. Which is quite an improvement. And we haven't been getting that many armor upgrades here. The only thing we got was a 2-star 126 body or something. Or 128, whatever it was. Oh, if it was 126, I can actually go wield it soon. I can't remember what level it was. It was one or the other. But it has to be 128 or lower, so can't be higher than that. I can't remember if it was 126 or 128. If it was 128, we got really lucky. If it's 126, we can actually wield it right now. Alright, it's worth checking. Let's see. It was 128. Oh, I was confusing it with this 126. Interesting, we actually did get another one. I didn't even realize we actually got 2 upgrades. Oh no. Well, the next thing we're fighting is both fire and green. So 163, 167. Oh, that's hilarious. They both have the same... Wait, really? No way. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, that's really funny. Everything that we care about defense-wise is exactly the same. As I care about green and fire defense, and they're both the exact same number. That's really funny. The problem is that other one has lower yellow defense, which is what we need now. So it's actually not worth wielding the other one. But I will wield the 128 once we get there. That's hilarious, though. The 2 stats we actually care about are exactly identical on both pieces. Which is our green and fire defense. So why the Tentacles been doing so good all of a sudden? We're getting increasingly stronger, you're doing worse. I know it's obviously a marginal change, but still. Hopefully after the combat rework, stuff like that will make more of an impact. Though to some degree, it's actually going to make it less of an impact. You actually have to do weapon upgrades way less often in the new system, as the percent increase that you're getting is way lower compared to now. Like a 10 level increase relative to your percent damage in the new system is way lower than a 10 level difference now. Like way, way lower. Like, you're still getting about just as much extra power, but the percent of your total damage that it is a difference of is way higher now compared to under the new system. Because getting 30 damage now compared to 30 damage in the new system are two very different numbers. 30 damage in new system is almost nothing relative to what the numbers are. So even if you're getting the same amount of extra damage, it's more impactful now compared to later. That's the only slight downside I can see with the new system that's currently proposed. Is while you do need to upgrade less often, every upgrade that you do is less impactful if you're upgrading constantly. So it makes it so you don't need to upgrade as often, but it also makes it so if you do upgrade more often, you get way less of a benefit from it relative to your total damage. Something like 30 power now on this weapon is more than a 10% damage increase. But if your number is like 1,000 something and you're getting 30 more damage, you're talking like a 3% increase. Because right now it's over 10% increase. Really? That's unfortunate. Gotta waste a pot just for that. I just realized I keep wasting one tile every time. I should actually walk to this tile, and then our guy will auto-walk here. I keep walking to this tile. But I should actually only be walking to this tile right here. I waste one tile every time. Oh no. Because he's gonna auto-walk from there to there with a diagonal. So we keep overstepping one whole tile whenever we go here. You should just diagonal right here. I don't see why you wouldn't. Yep, perfect. Oh, so I like how even the poll is right now. On has the proposed combat changes change how much you are playing or doing combat in Brighter Shores right now? 25% are doing more combat, 25% are doing less combat, and 50% are unchanged. It's about as even as it could be. That's funny. It's after 24 votes as well. It's actually perfectly even. Oh, he's not perfectly even, as in 33, 33, 33, but you know what I mean. 50, 25, 25. He's the one number that's different is the neutral number. So I keep coming to this tile. I keep wasting one tile every time. It's not that big a deal, though. I think my habit is just to go further into a room. Just because you can't click into it immediately. I wonder if they ever will let you do that. Like where a game will preload so you can actually click into the next room. Like for example, I can't click to attack this tentacle from this room, nor can I from this room click on that rock right there. Oh, back-to-back 2-star. Too bad they're both pointless. Because they're both weapons. If that was armor, it could be an upgrade. Honestly, there's enough gear in that stack, I almost feel like selling it. There's probably like 50 silver sitting there. It's not worth going all the way over there just for 50 silver, though. Guys, this is worth about 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. It's not worth going that far out of our way. Hello, Tate, and happy Valentine's Day. Hope all's been well. Yeah, we're currently on the tentacle mining grind. More so for the tentacles, it's just really free mining XP, so we might as well. Oh, so that's one of the other reasons I still want to get my mining level up as well. I will not cover our mining guide until we have 317 mining. Because then we'll have every unique activity for mining. This is definitely one of those fun, like, alternative methods. There's not really like a primary mining training method, but its multitasking is really good. There's a lot of weird things you can do with mining, route-wise. It's not as dynamic as Forager is, but there's still a few handful of interesting things you can do with it. I was hoping we'd get high roll. Unlucky. Oh, never mind. We're very lucky. Oh. Well, I don't need to make a ranged weapon anymore. Found it. Found my new ranged weapon. Oh, and I don't even need to worry about a roll either because that's the physical one. Oh, that is so nice. A 120 3-star physical range for cryo. I can't use it yet though. And oddly enough, due to how weaknesses work, I wonder if that's actually weaker than what I'm using now. There's a non-zero chance it's actually worse than my fire dagger. But that upgrade later is definitely an item I'm upgrading. I'll probably use that to kill the goblins with. I know, we need to get 2 enemies in a row that are worth, like, using a ranged weapon on. The only problem with mine's Matubin. Aside from this and this, there's not really too many things worth ranging in this area. Until we have infinite ammo, in which case you can range the cockroach as well. But, because you can't do it on either of the 2 weak to blue. Cockroach you partially can, but it's really awkward in the room that you have to do it in. Skeleton, but you can also just use the crossbow for it. Not the crossbow. Oh, I guess these things. Yeah, I guess we'll use it around here then. After we finish grinding Blob is when we would go use that weapon. So I would use it on the metal lifts. That'll work then. But yeah, I'll use it on the metal lift then. And that way you can still use it going into Goblin. I probably want to upgrade it midway though. Like upgrade it to like a 155? 160-ish? Or maybe a little bit earlier than that because we want to be there way earlier than that. Yeah, so around a 150-ish then. Yeah, around a 150-ish I'd probably upgrade it. Because I'd run it as a 128 on them for now. But then upgrade to about a 150-ish when we move to Goblin. At 150. Yeah, that's really nice. That wouldn't have taken too long to go make ourselves. But it saves about like 5 to 15 minutes of having to craft that ourselves. That's still a nice drop. It's not the craziest thing though, because it doesn't have any independent roll. It's physical only, so you don't need to worry about an RNG roll. So it's actually relatively easy to craft. But not needing to craft it at all is really convenient. Because we'll be able to run that weapon for about 20 to 30 levels. But even more than that. I don't think it's better than my 119 fire dagger against this guy though. But against every other enemy that we're going to be up against it will be. Especially since one of them is immune to fire. Yeah, there's one thing I miss with the combat grind. The more grinds and brighter shores definitely need down the line. Random RNG that can happen that's really good. Currently only combat has it. No other skill really has it. Where there's just like a random chance of something really good happening. Come on, you got this? Yeah, there we go. So hopefully we get at least one more armor upgrade before 128. While we're doing really absurdly good on weapons, the only upgrade we've gotten for armor is a 2-star chest plate at 128, and that is it. Which means I'm almost guaranteed gonna need to do the 4-star shield upgrade for Toad plus Blob Because we got a little unlucky on floor tentacles, at least for armor. Weapons have been amazing. Like, it hasn't missed yet with any drop yet for weapons. We got 2 Guardian weapons. Our yellow weapon we'll need for Goblin at a pretty high roll. Our ranged weapon upgrade. Like, we got everything we could have needed for weapons. Now, if you could just give me, like, 1 piece of armor, that'd be great. As outside of weapons, it hasn't dropped us anything. It's dropped us, like, a perfect array of weapons. Like, every 3-star we could have ever wanted. We also haven't gotten a 4-star from it yet. Interesting to see what the first one might be. Ideally an armor piece at this point. Any armor piece that isn't a shield would be ideal. Particularly a glove. We've been rocking 4-star glove for a while, but it's really under-leveled right now. To the point where even a 2-star glove might be better than it. 3-star definitely would be. Oh, that was so close. I was already getting ready on the backup. Because wow, we still need a lot of mining XP. Of course, we're not doing mining only, so it's going a little bit slower. Yeah, we need 262 before we can even do anything again. And the problem with that is doing Tentacle one more time, it gets us nowhere near that. Like this current Tentacle grind will get us to like 250 at best. Next Tentacle grind at like best would get us to like 253, 254. It'd still be a solid like 8 levels short. But that's a later issue. Or we just keep letting this keep getting it up.
Oh, is this a level? It is. Nice. One level to go, and we can wield our one singular 2-star armor upgrade. It's not much, but it's more than nothing. Which means technically we can move on to the next enemy if we really want to. I kind of want to stick on this for a little bit for the mining. I don't know, what is the level that we'd kind of want to leave? Around 133-ish. We should be able to take out the toad pretty well. Make it like a 133 perfect rapier, a really good one. And then upgrade it to like 140-ish. As well as our shield around the time we go to Blob early. We can go to Blob as early as like 135. So I guess that's the longest we can stay at Tentacle too. It's like 135. Before it'd be way better to do Toad or Blob. Oh! We got it. We got a thing. I'm not level 128 yet. Speaking of issues. Oh, our first 4-star from the Tentacle. And it's an armor upgrade. Exactly what we wanted. Not quite the slot we wanted, but that's fine. There's definitely worse slots it could have rolled on. Yeah, 128 helm, 4-star. Not bad. It's the exact slot we wanted. Well, exact slot type we wanted. Maybe not the exact slot we wanted. Which one would have been the best slot? Probably glove. Glove 4-star. It's either glove or body 4-star would have been the best. But helm is the third best, so it kind of works out. It's the third best one that could have been upgraded. Yeah, level 128, I'm going to put away all my heal pots then. I just top them off and just put it so I can start doing 24 instead of 23 banking. Because we should definitely be tanky enough by 128 with that many upgrades. If it was just the body, I wouldn't feel confident with that, but with the helm and the body, we should be good. Plus just all the stats you get from getting to 128. Compared to when we started from 120. But that's something I miss about combat. The excitement of actually getting something. I forgot what that feels like. After doing 200 all skilling. That has absolutely no variability whatsoever. Except for maybe the crafting skills. But we weren't really training those. We already had them 200 all. A lot of the training that we were doing wasn't even making anything. Like for bone rate, we did it almost entirely from dunking bones and knowledge. We weren't really making anything. Oh, I just realized my level up's going to come in at a really annoying time. It's going to be midway through the timer. There's a chance we're going to lose a rock due to the level up screen. It's not too big a deal though. We will miss one single rock to the level up. It's almost guaranteed going to happen here. Unless I manual click out of every single one. Oh, we might be fine then. I got to make sure I manual mash click after this first rock. Otherwise, the interface will block us. Just got to spam click over there. Oh, we should be fine. Oh, nice. We didn't even get the meter there. Oh, that worked out perfectly then. Nice. Alright, false alarm. Everything worked out. Oh no. Why is every tentacle occupied? What are they doing over there? That's another thing too. I wonder how knowledge is going to work with combat. Are you not going to be able to just dump knowledge into combat anymore? Because while it's generally not worth using knowledge on combat, there are some situations where you're really close to an upgrade. AK exactly right now if I was to get another knowledge point. Where putting it into your level actually wouldn't be that bad. I'm not going to. But we're at a certain point where we gain so many upgrades in one more level that it's actually worth using a knowledge point to get to that level. Just ever so slightly quicker. It's one of the few rare circumstances where using knowledge on combat is actually worth it. Because if you have a lot of upgrades stacked for a certain level, and given that the max roll is whatever level the enemy is, it's currently at that level. Like right now, 128. We get a ton of upgrades. It's the only time where it's really worth it. Hello, Michael! Welcome, welcome! Watching while at work? Nice, nice. Yeah, we're just chilling a bit. Grabbing the Sucky Suckers from the Tentacles while we go do a little bit of mining. A little bit of multi-skilling. And then banking it all and repeating it again. We've been doing pretty lucky on them. We've gotten 4 3-star drops, all weapons, and 1 4-star armor. Every single one was a needed upgrade. And 2 of the, half the weapons were all Guardian stuff that we can upgrade or into 4-star. And the 2 weapons were things we actually needed. A really high roll yellow mace for the goblins coming up, and a pretty standard range weapon for physical, which we will also use for the goblin. And whatever enemy was before the goblin, I think it was like the metal lift or whatever it was. It's not best in slot on either of them, but it will get the job done. So we don't have to keep switching weapon. That's one nice thing about physical damage. It's neutral to pretty much everything. I really wish you could see what something's physical defense stat is, though. That's something we can't currently see in the current state of the game. It's something I'm hoping that Detect can eventually do down the line. To see the stat distribution defensively for an enemy, as well as your DPS against them and just other info in general. I would also give Detective a really good purpose, is they can unlock some of the benefits behind, like, you know, 200, 3, 4, 5, or maybe not 500, but, you know, like 400 something Detective to get all the info. And whoever doesn't have it, you can just check the wiki because it would all be there anyways. I really wish there was an in-game way to see more stats on an enemy. Like, eventually the wiki will probably have it all data mined and everything. But there's not a good way to check it in-game. And detect aura scaling off your detective level would be the best way to do that. As far as like an already somewhat existing mechanic. Because currently there's 3 skills that don't do anything outside their chapter. Detective, Fisher, and Chef are all currently useless outside the context of their current chapter. All basically needing some kind of purpose in the future to be added to them. When are they going to do that? Who knows? Are they ever going to do that? Who knows? I assume eventually. It's probably not high priority right now, given the combat rework, trading, PvP, Chapter 5, and everything else. It's something on the list of hopefully it gets done eventually. Particularly food. I feel like food needs it more, though. Like, Detective does need it, but gosh, the Chef and Fisher need it way more. This is like the first thing people are introduced to. 2 very useless skills that do nothing. They're fun to do, but The actual use case, you just make money. And then you get it higher to make more money. There's no extra utility beyond that. Nice, every single item is actually despawned. We've been getting so lucky with drops that we've actually grabbed every item from the ground. That's kind of funny. I think that's the first time this entire session that has happened. We've gotten so many lucky drops in a row that there was no 1 or 2 stars in the entire stack. Oh, so it means we were getting really lucky on the suckers as well, which makes sense. We had like 9 of them last bank, which is way above average. Let's say our average is like 4 or 5. Because they only drop them 1 or 2 at a time at this range. I really hope the next one drops at least 3 or 4. Or at least like a bare minimum of a 2 drop. Because getting the 1 drop just feels so bad. Like, it's better than nothing. Like, it's way better than getting a 1 or 2 star drop, but still, it's not ideal. Oh, I thought that was a big tentacle. That's actually the next one we get to fight. I thought that was way higher level. Yeah, that's our next tentacle enemy. When we do the rest of the mining, the 169. We got a little ways until we get there. We should have it by midway next week, though. Hey, that reminds me, when I'm away for 2 days, when am I going to be grinding? Because I want to try not doing combat during that time. I want to save the combat for stream. Because I'm not sure how much combat we're doing beyond 200 Mindfighter. Is we either have to go very, very deep beyond that, or not at all. And I haven't decided which one is going to be yet. Because if we go above 200 Mindfighter, we got to go like way above 200 Mindfighter. Like I'm talking like 250, 270-ish. Like it's not like partially above. Like we're not doing like a 210 or a 220. If we're going deeper, we got to go way deeper. But I do kind of want to go even out all my other levels some. Get to at least 250 to, Merchant. In case they ever add perfect bricks. That's a natural venture you can do. Get to another leather worker tier 2. Get mining smithing up a little bit, though we're technically doing that right now. So those two actually don't really need to go too much. Mining does. Smithing does not actually need to go that much higher. Gather needs to be 208 or 248. Woodcutter to 208. Carpenter to 216. Probably Ave Keen it from 208 to 216. I just want to start setting up for alchemy, which is kind of the whole reason why we're doing this as well. I really want to start getting alchemy poised to start getting to 300 something. In case they rescale a lot of those other potions down a bit. I know for sure if they will, or they're just kind of recycling where they are in combat. But some of these might actually shuffle around a little bit, which might make some potions like these a little bit more accessible. But more notably these, the 2 mining ones. Because those are obtainable directly from combat. So how little gold do these actually drop? I just realized our gold number has barely moved up. We started around 9-ish and we're still at 9-ish. Whenever they give us a drop, it's actually relatively small. But it makes sense because they're mostly given the tentacle thingies instead of like a cash drop. So how on earth are we not 128 yet? We have so many upgrades waiting. Come on, half a level more. How tempting it is to throw this knowledge on the Mind Fighter right now, though. I'm not going to, though. We gotta maximize how much we can do tentacle mining. Unless we're going deep below, beyond 200. This is the last time we get to do it. Or second last time. The last time is at the 169. After the 169, you don't get it again unless you want to go kill like a level 250 something. Which is doable, but we'd have to go way into 200 to do that. Because I think the lowest level we can realistically kill that in is... It depends where our gear is at the time. But yeah, 240, I think, is the lowest possible level where we can even think about getting away with that. And that's only for really well geared. So that's pretty deep. Maybe we can kill it till about 264, which is probably when I would stop Mind Fighter then. If we were to go for it. While the next enemies do have some okay drops, gearing for them in the current format is going to be way too annoying given our crafting levels. Even gearing for the tentacle would be pushing it a bit. We might have to run with a 3-star weapon instead of a 4-star unless we get lucky drops up into that point. Don't high roll us. Don't do it. No, you did it! We finally died! No! That's actually really bad because the bank is so far away as well. Oh no. Let's go to a bank. I'm gonna do the mine deep one. I don't want to have to aggro skip the thingy. I can't believe that. We finally died. I took the chance and we died to it. Rippity. Yeah, I think our first death this entire time, which isn't too bad. Took like almost 3.5 hours. However, these things are pretty easy to never die to. This is all you have to do is just step back and you're good to go. But we were a little greedy. Kind of funny is I'm going to be banking these heal pots after we hit 128. So we'll see if we die again because of that. No, we should be fine. If we get enough upgrades by that point, we should be okay. We'd have to get absurdly unlucky for them to kill us at 128. Yeah, the more I think about it, I think I am actually going to go to Poach 200 Mindfighter. I think we're going to do it. Just so we can get to 262 mining. And also because of how much alchemy we bank. As that should bank one out of the 2 ingredients that we need for 238 fear all the way to 277. If we were to do the Poach 200 grind on it, we should get enough for that. Or at least enough to get to a good AFK activity. Like the 8% Minds of Matube and AFK activity. Because we gotta make it at least there. We gotta get a bare minimum enough to make it from 238 to 267 ideally. With our current plans for alchemy. Oh, so I think this inventory I'm banking the potions finally. $20 should be enough to last us the rest of the stream after we hit 128. At a certain point, we're actually going to never need them even ever again. Well, not ever again, but you know, for this current tentacle. Because if we're still camping them by, like, let's say 135, though I'm pretty sure I'd be moving to Toad by then. Like, there's no way to kill us ever. As we like deliberately let them kill us. Even at 128, it should be pretty safe. Next inventory should easily get to 128 though. How many more kills is that? We're getting about 6k apiece, throwing skill. 41, 3 more kills. Which means our second kill of next trip, we should be there. Alright, we're gonna finally bank the heal pot. We shouldn't really need them anymore. Like, the 20 we have should last us for, like, hours. Due to how much more defensive we'll be at 128. There we go. We finally have 24 inventory space. About time. But yeah, that quest that brings equipable potions cannot come quick enough. I refuse to drop them on the ground. At least not anymore. Alright, not this kill, but next kill should be a level. And then we can completely regear at that point. I think that's a double upgrade, triple upgrade. Technically a triple, but one of them I won't be using immediately. We do have a better ranged weapon, but due to how fire weakness works, I think this is slightly better. So we'll just stick with the daggers for now. So for everything else, we will be using the other ranged weapon. Alright, there we go, 128. Oh, we can go kill the slimes now. Ooh, we're definitely not going to. We're a little undergeared. More so because of the level discrepancy. Not necessarily that we're undergeared, we're just underleveled more so. We're definitely not undergeared, actually. More so just underleveled. Alright. I need you to drop on the ground, you to be wielded, you to be wielded. Alright, boom. Boom. Oh, it's slightly worse yellow defense. It's fine, though. These things technically do yellow damage, but it's fine. Alright, so DPS-wise, it hasn't changed. But we should be a lot tankier. Like, the frequency at which we need to heal should be down a lot. To a degree where this 20 should last us for, like, hours. Not sure how much longer we'll be going for today, though. There's doing some things I need to do a little bit later today. As well as try to work on the 100-day video a little bit more. Not sure if I'll be able to get it out by tomorrow, but I do want to work on it more. But I think 130 is a good stopping point. Should be able to get that in the next hour. Get to 130 Mind Fighter. I think that's around the time I would pivot into Toads. I'm trying to think when we would do the Toad pivot. Yeah, I think that's fine. If I do a 3-star against a Toad at 130, and then upgrade it to a 135 or whatever we do by the time we get the Blob, it's probably going to be fine. Because last time we did that was at 83. An 83 shield with an 83 rapier. This time around, we're probably doing a 135, 135 or something around there. Where we start the rapier a little bit lower, but then once we get there, we upgrade both at the same time. I think last time I did it right at the beginning of Toad. Which I guess we could do that again. If I was to, then yeah, 133 would probably be the number we'd want to go for. But we could get away with a 130. It's just whatever we do, we're locked in until we finish Blob. Which means I'd be killing the 143 Blob with a 130 shield and weapon, which is fine. But whatever what level we lock in at Toad is what level we lock in at Blob. Oh, plate gauntlets. I was saying this is probably an upgrade. It is! Nice. Sorry. Rip gloves. You served us well. But you're dead content now. I know our rarity's starting to go down. We're getting stronger, but the rarities are going down. Other than our helmets, we're really solid. And obviously our weapons is we can actually craft it. I can't wait till we get armor maker profession. The only weird thing about it, though, is how often are you really going to need to make armor? The reason I say that is because the main reason why making a weapon is so good is your damage is going up. But armor does not make you do more damage in the current state of the game, since it's purely defensive at the moment. So getting better armor saves you on like healing pots and stuff like that, but that's about it. It allows you to kill a little bit higher, but for how much time it would take to make like a full set of 3-star, even 4-star armor. Imagine 4-star armor. Like, you're definitely not using anything above 3-star if you're crafting it. You're definitely just making a full set of 3-star, never 4-star. Unless you're like prepping for like a boss fight or a raid or something. But against a standard enemy, you will never ever need to go out of your way to craft 4-star. They're just so overkill. Unless you're tuning up a 3-star piece of equipment into a 4-star. But you're never just outright making a 4-star for something in the current state of the game. Which is what we will be doing with our rapier. Like when I make the rapier, I'm going to make it at like around level 130-ish for the Toad. And then we'll probably tune it up a little bit for the blob. And that's gonna immediately 4-star it. Because we'll use it as a 3-star and then tune it up to the next enemy when we make it into a 4-star. This is one nice thing about 3-star equipment. You can use that at 2 different level ranges. One when you initially make it, and then once again when you upgrade it. The only downside to that when special attacks come out is the 3-star version cannot use special attack. But I'm pretty sure whatever they're doing for a special attack system, as long as you have 2 4-star weapons, you're probably fine. I highly doubt, other than for bossing, is such that you'll ever need 3 4-star weapons. 2 is probably good. Even 1 might be enough if you could just keep using spec on the 1 weapon. Depends how cooldowns work. But depending on how cooldowns work, you might actually need to have 3 4-star weapons. I highly doubt it, but it really comes down to what they end up ultimately doing with it. In which case, you're never ever going to make armor. Because it's always going to be better to make 3 4-star weapons then, rather than slightly better armor. Unless you're just getting really unlucky with armor drops. Like if you're nearly like full 1-star or something. Which happens a lot post 200. What's the poll currently at? Let's see, 27 votes. Have the proposed combat changes changed how much you're doing combat in Brighter Shores? 26% doing more combat now. 44% unchanged. And 30% doing less combat. So oddly enough, it is currently barely people doing slightly less combat then. Interesting. Oh gosh, we got the bad drop. The only reason I'm doing more right now, there's actually one singular reason. And it's the alchemy changes that have me concerned. It's the whole reason why we're doing Mind Fighter and only Mind Fighter. Though I did do a little bit of Wasp yesterday just to try it out. But we are going 100% all into just Mind Fighter. Because I'm slightly concerned about what some of the changes that they're doing to alchemy is in relation to combat. So might as well just get all the supplies we need now so we don't need to worry about it regardless what change they make. Which is why we're basically doing Mind Fighter until the day they do the merge. Like literally every day pretty much, at least to some degree. It might not be the whole stream. And it might be mixed with other stuff like mining. But honestly, I think we're just going all into the combat merge. Like 70-80% just all Mind Fighter. It's not going to be the only thing we do until then, but it will be a lot of it. As I do want to go farm down that higher level tentacle, I think. I've decided. And if we are going to be doing that, we basically have to get level 264 Mind Fighter to be able to farm it all the way to the final level of it before we start getting penalty. And 264 Mind Fighter is not quick to get. While combat is relatively quicker than an average skill, it is not that quick. Like, it's quick, but it's not like 264 in a single day kind of quick. Like, that is pretty much all the way until combat rework kind of amount of time. But in the process, we will get a really high mining level. Like 270 plus, probably. But then again, the only problem is the next ore I need to do after this It's the only slight problem I could see with our current plan, though. The ore that we can do after this one has no combat synergy at all. There is not a single enemy that you can kill and then go grab the material from. The material after that, I think you can, because that's granite. Granite you can, but Flatnium you cannot. There is no way to both do combat and Flatnium at the same time. With Andesite and Granite you can, but not for Flatniums. There's no enemy nearby that you can attack and then go do mining. So I still haven't recolored any of this, but it's kind of funny because our whole set is almost red. Which I got kind of lucky with getting almost all the same colors. Honestly, whatever we roll, it kind of looks pretty good with the cape. It kind of just matches everything. Okay, with that being said earlier, if we do ever get to Flatnium, I might have to go mine from 262 to Granite then. Because there is no way to do it otherwise. Like combat with ore. Because now that I think about it, not a single one of the ores have a combat synergy. Iron doesn't. Carbonate doesn't. Flatnium doesn't. Adithrol somewhat does, but not really. Actually, Adithrol you could. You could get away with Adithrol with it. It'd be a bit awkward, but you could. It's because the place where you have to bank the ore and the other thing are a little bit different, so you have to walk a little bit out of your way if you want to do it that way. But yeah, that's like the one you'd maybe be able to get away with it with. Is Adithrol. You definitely can't on the other three, though. I just realized there's only 2 rocks you could do it on. There's only 2 rocks and 1 ore. Because Flint you can't, Basalt you can't, and Deathstone you can't. Interesting. But yeah, two stones and one ore. You can get combat synergy on. Tentacle with Aether or whatever you call it. Granite with the Metallith. And Aether ore with whatever that one worm beast is called. That one storm worm thing. Those are the only three that you could do. Everything else is too far away to bother moving that far. No way, we're actually gonna need a heal. Oh no, our first one. The first of our 20 heals have been consumed. Oh no, it's happening. Yeah, it should be pretty rare, but it's still possible we get unlucky. It shouldn't happen that often. But even with all these upgrades, we can still need a heal. But hopefully we don't need to more than 19 more times. Well, technically 20. Right, at 20th time we'll die. We can do it 19 more times before it's a problem. We're probably just going for 130 for now, though. That shouldn't really last us that long. At every level we gain, we become tankier. Right now is actually the first level where it's a fair fight. We're at 128 versus a 128. Because the entire time we've been either 8 levels lower, or 7, or 6, or 5. This is actually the first time it's an even fight. I just realized, they expect you to do Basalt all the way to 233? I just now realized that. Why? Wait, I just realized that now. It expects you to Basalt all the way to 233. Really? The reason why that sounds weird is Basalt is, like 190 mining or something? Or 185? 190. Yeah, it's 190 mining. It expects you to do it till 233 stonemason. Assuming you don't use passive or knowledge or anything else. Hello, contender. Welcome, welcome, Bossman Wall. How come we've gone from change from doing all combat evenly to Mind Fighter? 2 reasons. The main one being concerns of how they're changing the alchemy supplies. Whereas we know exactly how they work now, so we can utilize them. Technically 3 reasons. One is the alchemy supply concerns. We know how they work now, we don't quite know how they're going to work later. So might as well do them now while we know exactly how they're going to function. The other one is when multi-skilling, it's going to be way harder to do it with a specific skill. Like if I wanted to do only mining while also doing combat, it gets punished a lot under the new system compared to the fact that you have to keep changing from chapter to chapter to chapter under the new system. Whereas now you can still camp one if you want to, like we are right now. But I can still be camping this for like a week, multiple weeks. Whereas the new system, we might be able to do it for like a day or two, but then it would probably force us to a new area before we need to get better XP rate. And the third reason being, the new formula for gear punishes you a lot if one of your levels is way higher than your other 3. And it punishes you way less if you have 2, if not multiple, around your highest level range. So having 2 skills around our 271 would punish us a lot less compared to having 1 skill at this level, compared to a bunch of other lower ones. Same is applicable if you have a 500. Like if you have a 500 and your average skills are way, way, way lower, the new gear system punishes you a lot more compared to if you had, you know, a little bit more even spread, like 150 all or 200 all or 250 all. But if that's too far away, the easiest way to do it to punish a little bit less would be to get 2 skills close to where your highest one is, which is what we're trying to do. Which actually works out perfectly because the final tentacle that we're doing goes all the way to 264 before we start getting penalty. So we'll be able to do this to about 264 then, which evens these 2 out pretty nicely. But it's mostly for the alchemy supplies, and so I can train mining while doing alchemy. Or getting alchemy stuff. But out of any of the 4 zones, I would say Minefighter is the most useful one to go for right now. Mostly out of concerns of what on earth they're doing to rebalance the alchemy supplies. Because it looks like some of the other chapters are going to be getting some of those supplies. I'm not sure if they're being taken away from this chapter, but regardless, you'd kind of want to take them now. It's definitely not required, but it's likely better for banking alchemy XP now compared to later. You'll still be getting a lot of alchemy XP later. It's just the amount that you get from specifically Minefighter or, you know, doing stuff in Mind to Matubin is within question. And worst comes to worst, if they are buffing alchemy in every other location, then it's still worth doing it Minefighter right now, as Minefighter already has really good alchemy, whereas every other location has very poor alchemy, if not almost none at all. But all those other areas are likely getting buffed a bit, where Minefighter is either going to be about the same or nerfed. But that's pretty much our pivot right now. We're doing like 70-80% Minefighter all the way until pretty much the combat merge. Mostly for alchemy supplies, getting our mining level up, and just so we have a combat that we can get higher. This is just the best one to prioritize at the moment for our needs, as well as just in general. So far only one really big armor upgrade from this enemy. Oh, it's a really big one, luckily. We did take, oh yeah, we did get 3 pieces. I was gonna say, I thought we got 3. We did. I forgot, we got the 2-star glove replacing our old 4-star. Because the 4-star was like an 88 or something. I just realized it wasn't a max roll though, unfortunately, but it's fine. One level's not gonna make that big a difference. Rarity matters way more than a single level. So I still wish I had a level 35 pickaxe. At this point, I'm just going to keep it 30 the entire grind. I was originally going to 35 it, but my money keeps getting tied up in too many other things. The main one right now being Alchemy AFK. Because we're trying to get it to 219 using only the +4 boost potion. Just because of how good that potion is. And then we'll double back to go do all the other potions we need to go make. Like the +80 arbor rays that we held off on. Some of the stuff that we got while we were doing the forge and grind. Some of our Mind Fighter healing pots. Whatever else we can within there. And I might go out of my way to make some of the 209 fears, we'll see. Because I'm definitely not doing either of these two AFKs, the 219 here, nor the 229. So we have to actually make potions within that range. Oh, so there's no particular reason why we're getting alchemy up, by the way. I just feel like getting it up. Because once trading comes out, that sells everything. As an Iron Man player, getting it up would matter a lot more. Like, I just want to get it up to get it up. And also give us like a generalized path of what to go for. Because at any given level range, the game tells you what you need to go do. Like at 209, oh, I need to go do Gatherer. At 238, oh, I need to go do Mind Fighter, so on and so forth. Like, it pretty much just tells you what you need to go do at any given range. And after that, it's like, oh, go do Post 200 Forager, or ignore that and go do Gather instead. Or here it says you don't get Alchemy up anymore, and you gotta figure out what else to do. And here it says go do Gatherer. And here it says go do Mind Fighter. And here it says go ignore it until you get to Stonewall Hill. I'm not sure what our goal for alchemy is, though, other than number go up. Like, there's a lot of things I need along the way. I don't really have an end goal for it, though. Ideally, the actual end goal would be Mind Fighter, but that's really deep. Like, you're talking, like, 412. If you're talking about, like, the best Minds of Matubin pot. Which is probably further than we're going in the short term. I guess, technically, our end goal is 277 Crown A. These potions are going to be a lot worse after the combat rework. But they might rework the potions, and if they do, these might actually be worth using. And by rework the potion, I mostly mean the power level of them. Because his current power numbers are way weaker after the update compared to how they are now. It's not something they've mentioned at all in the combat rework. But they're going to need to make these numbers bigger or do something with them. Because as they currently stand, they're going to be way weaker after the combat rework. To the point that you're not even going to bother using them. Because the amount of damage you miss out on from drinking them is more than the amount of benefit they give you. At least after the update, if they are completely unchanged. Why does everyone keep going for my tentacle? What's happening? The last, like, few minutes, every single person keeps going for my tentacle. Either deliberately or accidentally. Okay, hopefully it's there by the time I get there. Like, every time I enter this room, there's a different person on this tentacle. There we go, finally. That's funny, he's doing the same thing we are. He's using main hand physical and then just, you know, doing the normal range thing. I wonder how viable it is. I would assume pretty much, or pretty good. It's the equivalence of when we keep switching to Rapier, except they have to do it the other way around. Where their physical is one hand and their main damage is two hand. Whereas Cryonite the other way around, where your physical is 2-hand and your main damage type is 1-hand. And oddly enough, Guardians are actually the same way that Hammer Mages are. Physical 1-hand and main hand being 2-hand. Or your main color weapon being your 2-hand. Cryonite's the only one that's different in that regard. Where you go 1-hand, 2-hand rather than 2-hand, 1-hand. Where its primary color is kept on its 1-hand rather than its 2-hand. But the other two classes both keep it on their 2-hand. You still can on Cryonite as well, of course, but you generally don't due to Longsword. Yeah, that's something we haven't really checked the stream. Wait, did they end up going higher? Let's see. Nope, they gave up. They were at 31 2020 earlier. They went a little higher, but then kind of gave up a bit. Because that was one of the person who got 500 watch person just for the cape, and they might not have it anymore after the change. Alright, they're starting to move up, though. We're getting close. We're only 31 levels away. 21. The main target's over here though at 3,700. I haven't been worrying about leaderboard too much lately, but we've been doing a lot of things that have actually been giving us a lot of progress towards it, so see how it ends up working out in the end. I'm definitely not going to ever be racing for a rank 1 in this game though. But it's fun to watch rank go up. Because we're always going to stay relatively even. I just hate the fact that you stop gaining XP at 500. So I'm really hesitant to ever get a 500. Not to say that we won't ever. I just hate the concept of never gaining XP for that skill ever again. Wow, not even counting their buy price, just their sell price is 3 each. It's actually so high. Their buy price is like 11-ish, 11 silver. And the potion they get combined too sells for like also 11 silver. Oddly enough. It sells for high enough that if you buy the other ingredient we need, we actually still profit. We don't even lose money. If you gather the sucker and then bide the eye, you will still profit if you sell the fear potion back. So mining progress has been going pretty well. We started this whole thing at what, 247? Got a little bit of it off stream just to kind of test it. Which means we're almost at 2 mining levels, which is not too bad. If we were to do mining only, it would take about 2 hours to gain a level. And we've gained about an hour and a half within that time. But it's also while gaining 2.5 combat levels an hour. So it's a pretty nice ratio. Both of them are getting about 33% less, but you're getting both of them at the same time. Like, we're getting anywhere from like 33 to 40% less from doing any one. Like if we were doing tentacle only or rock only. But in combination, we're getting 100 and like 40% total instead of just 100% from doing just one or the other. So it's working out pretty well. Like individually it looks lower, but collectively it's a lot better. Same reason why people do raid dens in Chronopolis. Because raid dens is not the quickest way to get watch person XP, nor is it the quickest way to get detective XP. But it's generally the quickest way to collectively get them both up at the same time. That's kind of what we're doing now with the mining mine fighter thing. Where this isn't quicker than doing either one individually. But it's quicker if you were going to do both these grinds anyways, to do them both at the same time than to separate them. As we're getting anywhere from like 120 to 140% value rather than just 100% value. And these are really bad for wait time as well. If you were to take 6 of these antistites and then wait, I think it's like 12 seconds before they respawn again. It's actually insane how long it is. Okay, I think we're going to go for what we mentioned earlier. We'll go until we get 130. Until tomorrow. For tomorrow's goal is probably going to be poking a bunch of toads. Unless I really grind a lot off stream, we'll see. But it's probably going to be the rapier day. Where we double fight 2 things that are weak to blue.
And both of them drop a pretty good material as well. One of them drops the other half of the fear potion, so we don't need to buy it. It is more annoying to bank, but they are worth about 1 silver more each. But they're more annoying to kill and more annoying to bank, so I'm not sure how much we'll camp them. But then the thing after that, I believe, starts dropping to 10%, the 10% XP pot. And yeah, we can't use it for a while, but they did say that they might consider rescaling these at some point. And if they were, that would benefit these a lot, as it could get scaled to 350 or lower. But right now you need a hefty 412. But they're such a good potion, though. Honestly, I think that's probably the best 10% potion in the entire game. And it's pretty accessible to get a lot of as well. While also being pretty much the most useful one. Just because there's 3 skills that it is very useful to use on in the chapter, which is way more so than any other chapter. In Hopeport, the main 2 are Alchemy and Chef that you'd probably want to use it on. In Hope Forge, it's Carpentry. In Chronopolis, it's Leatherworker. In Chapter 5, it would be Armor Maker and maybe Builder. But Mines of Matubin is the only chapter that has 3 really good targets for XP pots. Way more than any other chapter by quite a margin. Hey, Isabel, are you doing anything special for Valentine's Day today? Back from lunch? Nice. What do you get? Nope. Why? Oh, no. I was just wondering. You get Papa John's again? Nice. Honestly, I might get pizza today. I was thinking about it earlier. Because I really don't feel like cooking today. In all fairness, I don't feel like cooking most days. The only problem is I did have pizza pretty recently for the Super Bowl. It wasn't even like a week ago. I tried doing it only like twice a month. Don't forget the cheese dip. No, I'm not getting it from there. I did do that for the Super Bowl, though, but even then, I got it from a different place. Where I got the cheese dip from Domino's, but I got the pizza from a better place. I forget exactly which one it was. It was one of those local ones, so I forget its name. But a really Italian-sounding name. Are we gonna do Marcos today? We might do Marcos. Because I'm getting one for myself, I'm just gonna order for the whole house. You've been craving pizza lately? I don't know, I somehow got my fill during the Super Bowl. But now it's kind of reminding me that pizza's good. Or at least good pizza's good. There's a lot of bad pizza near me. Like, there's definitely not as high of a ratio as good pizza in this area. It's not like New Jersey or New York where you just walk into anywheres and get a good slice. There's only a select few that are not like cardboard around here. When is the raid that Tyrion mentioned? I have no clue. What did he mention? But if you guys want to do that at some point, let me know. Later tonight would be pretty good if you did want to do it tonight. I'm not sure if it's currently going. Yeah, I haven't heard about that. But just poke me on Discord and I'll check it later. If you guys have a time planned. I do have a bunch of things I need to do today, but later tonight I should be 100% free. So I still can't get over how clean this is. This is just far too satisfying. When you take this rock, then this rock respawns. That's so good. I still can't get over how perfect cycle it is. There's a lot of interesting tech with the new respawn system that came in last month. Yeah, at this point, I kind of want to finish both the mining level and the combat level, so we might have to go a little bit further than 130 combat. Because we can't leave the other one hanging. We got to finish the second level. Got to even them out. But yeah, going into tomorrow, we should be completely prepped to go do the blue. Unless I do so much grinding later that I actually skip entirety over to blue. In which case we'd be farming for the 35% heal pots off the goblin. No, actually we'd be at the metal if at that point. It depends how AFK they are. At a certain point they become AFK. Like these tentacles at this point, you could do. Oh no! I hate when that happens. Like these tentacles at this point, we could just like literally go away the second we hit them, and it'll just play out itself. It would pretty much never die. Like if I just do this, and we could literally go away, just drink some water, do whatever. Like there is no situation where we will fail this. Well, I should say no situation, but it is very unlikely that we would die here at this point. So far, since we banked our healing pots at 128, we have only need to heal once. And it becomes less likely every level we gain. And we could technically camp these to 138. We're not going to, but you could. XP rate would be quite a bit worse if you did that, though. Oh, I just realized something that's kind of awkward about doing post 200. I didn't think about it just now. Aren't there some level ranges where you can't kill anything without getting penalty? I didn't think about that till just now. Let me go check. Because let's say hypothetically we were killing the goblin. 207. Oh, so these two were 10 away, that's fine. Yeah, we can see our first gap right there. Because we could do this till 217, but then we have penalty. I don't know, but we're gonna have it unlocked. No, there's no penalty. You just have to keep moving up. That just means you just have to start fighting things earlier than you normally would have. Potentially. Because that means, that also means you have to fight every enemy as well. You can't actually skip enemies like pre-200. Because if you do the goblin to 217, you'd be forced to do cockroach at 217, 6 levels below it. Then if you do this to 233, you'd be forced to do this 6 levels below it. Then if you do that till 249, you'd be forced to do this 5 levels below it. It's not too bad. I thought the gaps were way worse post 200. The only issue post 200 is you do have to fight every enemy. You can't really skip an enemy. Obviously that system will change after we get the combat rework. But in the current setup, you're pretty much not allowed to skip an enemy post 200. Otherwise your XP rate is going to be way too bad. Whereas pre-200, you can skip like 1, 2, sometimes even 3 enemies. Maybe just grab them for the one-time bonus. Because like, for example, out of all these, I basically haven't killed, like, for example, I basically skipped straight from, like, the tongue beast all the way to tentacle. I skipped these two entirely, and this one mostly. I think I did a little bit. But I basically did a 2.5 creature skip, if not a 3. Whereas post 200, you can't do that. You'd have to fight that one, then that one, then that one, then that one. So we basically did a 3 creature skip from here to there to go fight the tentacle.
I wonder how the new system will work in that regard. Because I feel like the new system will be a lot less skippy. In that you'll probably be penalized too much on XP. Not because you're getting a minus % bonus, but because the actual XP drop is in a way where you probably wouldn't want to skip. But it's something they haven't really specified with how the stripes work. Because pre-200 you can skip around a bunch, but post-200 you have to kill literally every enemy. Otherwise your XP rate will be pretty abysmal if you're not killing every single new enemy as they come around. Yep, 130 combat. That was technically our end goal, but I think I'm also going to go until we get the mining level. And finish out 249 mining. So hello 13 faces, welcome, welcome. Plus, before I can properly get to the toad, I need more combat anyways. I said, good morning, Josh. Hello, 13 faces. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Welcome, welcome. How are you skipping the weapon selection screen so fast? Oh, escape key. I think. Oh, you can click a number. They added that a little over a month and a half ago. You can click a number and it'll do it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I already have them all rebinded on Steam Deck as well. Actually, I keep accidentally drinking some potions as well because of what I have it bound to. I should probably bind it to something else. But, yeah, all these are binded from 1 to 8. I think there's somewhere in the game you could rebind them. I'm not sure what I'm going to do too on PC when special attacks come out. Because I might put special attacks on QWE, assuming they can be rebinded like that, which I assume they can. But I'm probably going to keep the weapon selection on 1, 2, 3 like it is now. Specs on QWE, and then the 2 pots on whatever. I might just manually click when we need a pot or something. Because currently I don't bother hotkeys for these. But these I'll keep at 1, 2, 3. These I'll probably put on QWE. And these 2, I'm not quite sure, but we'll do something with them. Why did I get a Steam Deck over a ROG ally? Oh no, it just seems more convenient. I know that there's other alternatives as well to Steam Deck these days. How does Steam Deck work with brighter shores? Pretty well. The only thing that's slightly problematic is some of the text is a little small. It's something I believe they have an issue with the mobile version as well. Like their internal mobile version for when it eventually comes out. Because it doesn't really scale too well to the smaller screen. But for most activities, it works perfectly fine. It's just really bad when trying to click something really small or trying to read something really small. Like, it was somewhat annoying with fishing. But as long as you make it so you turn off your walk with clicking, it should be fine. This is what I end up doing for it. I did it on PC as well, just in case you ever misclick. It's just more convenient that way, so it doesn't break your whole queue. That way you can kind of match click the screen. So why did someone take my exact tentacle? Why are they camping literally the one tentacle I need? I'm not against stealing it. I need my XP rate. You have like technically 4 other options in this room. Technically we do 2, but it doesn't affect their XP rate to go for a different one. Whereas it does affect our XP rate if we don't go for the exact tentacle right there. Yeah, whenever you do that, you do use the map to move around instead of clicking on screen. Gosh, we might have to stop just from our tentacle being crashed. I was already going to at 130 and 149 mining. But they're hurting our XP rate. Oh no. It's not too big a deal. Just gotta walk a little further for our tentacle. And mostly probably only waste like 2 seconds each cycle. Oh, they left. Yay! Success! They left! I wonder if they're just banking the tentacle thingies. Yeah, we can go back to killing the good tentacle. As someone new sniped it. Ah, that guy tried to, indirectly. Oh yeah, we still got a billion cooking bounties. I really need to go get 208 Gatherer so I can actually go do these properly. Because I can't do the chicken and leek pie without burning my bank account. Do I include limpets in my gathering route? Or you mean forager? I generally don't because we're not a Cryonite. I mean, because we're not a Hammer Mage. I get them while I'm doing fishing, but I just drop them to the ground. The only time that they would ever be worth grabbing is if you're doing the racks. Like if you have 209 Forager and you're grabbing the 10% XP rack. Otherwise, they're probably not worth routing. Unless you just really need it. Hello, Pelican! Welcome, welcome, as well as Josh. But no, unless you're getting racks on your route, it's not worth it. Ideally, the higher tier rack of 209. Otherwise, you have to go pretty far out of your way for them. Hello? Click. I clicked that like 3 times. I'm not sure why I didn't register there. Yeah, limpets are really annoying to bank. They're one of the more annoying forager resources to do. That and rack are like the 2 probably most annoying ones to bank out of any of them that you could do. Because both of them have a completely dead end room. Which means both of them basically only have 1 room with 3 instead of 2 rooms with 3. Which is why you tend to do them together. Because they have really good synergy with each other. But they're both really dead-endy if you're not doing them together. Because even when you're only grabbing 3 and 3, you still have to go in a really weird route that you normally wouldn't. Because you have to take the wide southwest beach. Oh, we can technically kill the slimes now. We're not going to, though. We are way under for that. I am slightly tempted to stay on this tentacle all the way to 137, though. It's slightly worse for a mine fighter, but it's so much mine XP to pass up on that I'm not sure if I want to pass up on it. It's also so AFK for off-stream, in the sense that the tentacle will never kill us. Or should never kill us, unless I absurdly misclick or do something where we're literally not attacking it back. But as long as we're auto-retaliating against this thing, we shouldn't die. Even if I somehow accidentally switch to my rapier, we should still be fine. We're just so bulky compared to them now. Because even though we've been under-leveled to them this whole stream, we're finally over-level. We're 2 levels over their level. Because one thing I'm actually considering off-stream while I'm doing a couple other things is going to like 137. Then making a 137 rapier for the toad, 3-star. And then upgrade it to like a 140-ish when we go to the blob. Or we do like a 137 3-star against the toad and then like a 140-ish blob number. No way did you high roll us! I saw that coming too, that we were slightly low. I didn't think it would actually get away with it. That's insane. Rip. There's no way it actually got us there. Oh, apparently you can still get lucky enough to kill us. Barely. We're 1 tick away from killing that thing. So unfortunate. That's our 2nd death so far. Not too bad. Though this is a really easy enemy to not die for. But in almost 5 hours, we've only died to it 2 times. And a lot of that was when we were like 10 levels below it. And not a lot of our death, but you know, a lot of that time. Because we started killing these at, actually not that low. We started killing them at level 120. Yep, mine level is about to come in. But yeah, there's one big issue with slow attacking enemies. They can really, really stack you out if you get unlucky. And this is a slow attacking enemy. I feel like the worst in the entire game is the hag in chapter 4 in that regard. Where you just get absolutely obliterated with RNG sometimes. And it's even worse for Crown Knights is we have no green weapon for melee. Like, obviously Guardian's not too big a deal because they're all green. And at least Hammer Mages, while their green weapon isn't that good, they do have a green weapon. But these are particularly annoying for Cryo Knight. Not just because of how RNG they are, but you have no good weapon to use against them either. Oh. Now that's an upgrade. I like that. Goes pretty well with our 4-star helm we got earlier. Finally getting some armor upgrades for once. We were doing so good on weapon upgrades, but honestly, we were doing so bad on armor for so long. But that's a good comeback on the armor. It's gonna help a lot with Toad. As well as with everything. Might even be able to take Blob a little bit earlier. The problem with taking Blob earlier is I want to go and upgrade my weapon when we do to a 4-star. I just don't want to upgrade it too early. The later we go to blob, the higher our weapon will be. I don't know, maybe I'll just immediately upgrade it. It's just the earlier we 4-star it, the earlier it's locked in. Like if we keep it at 3-star and do like, you know, like 7 levels, then our 4-star is 7 levels higher. But I don't know, we only need that at that level range. So it might actually be worthwhile just to make a 133 4-star outright. And even though it's a bit of a lower level, it just has so much more power that it'll still speed things up more. I don't know, we'll see. I wish I had more of the components. I already have the Guardian component done. But I would still need to go roll for the Rapier and then go to the Stonemason real quick. The biggest issue is just getting a good roll in the Rapier. Like I want at least 85% if we can help it. Definitely bare minimum 80% or higher. That mining level is about to roll in. 1 or 2 more sets. Also, it still feels bad leaving stuff on the ground like this, but it's really not worth banking. Honestly, even post 200, I'm considering leaving it on the ground. At least 1-star stuff. 2-star and higher post 200, I will bank and sell and everything. But pre 200, just not worth enough compared to what we're getting in return between the Sucky Suckers and the Andeslites. Yeah, that's best in slot Fear Potion for really good XP at an upcoming alchemy range. And the other one is just, I'm not really sure what I'm doing with these other things. Oh no, I'm gonna heal here just in case. Let's see, would we have died? Oh no, he hit a 35. Would that have killed us? I think we're at 38, so we would have barely lived. Though we might have regenerated 3, so you know what? Maybe that would have actually killed us. Because us moving back gave us enough time to actually regen that 3. So I think that actually would have killed us if I would have stayed there. I'm not sure why they've been so vicious lately. They were doing so good at not needing any heals for a while. And one killed us and one nearly killed us if I didn't heal there. We keep getting more and more upgrades, yet they keep getting better at killing us. That's one thing that enhancements on armors and stuff like that will fix in the future. Once they start doing that to weapons and armor and everything else. Because right now the differences between stuff other than rarity upgrades doesn't really do that much. And even a single rarity upgrade doesn't do a whole lot. Only if you're moving like your entire set of armor up. The biggest jump is definitely going to be 4-star weapons after special attack though. Like the power between a 3 and 4-star weapon after special attacks come into the game. Another mining level. Nice, nice. Yeah, I'm still considering it though. Do these until 137, then just simply make a 4-star rapier outright. And then see if we can take on the blob. And just one-time bonus these two. Because this supply that this thing drops, I can just buy from the shop. It's not that big a deal. It's way further to bank than a tentacle one. And I'd rather just buy from the shop there. So we can just get the 10% potions from the blob instead. I'm pretty sure that one can start doing 10%. I'm actually not sure. Maybe I'll double check. How would I check? There's a couple of different ways we could check. I want to check this way though. If I go to the mining boost potion, right over here. What is the lowest level? 143. Yep, you can. Ooh, okay, that's nice. Okay, I will do the blobs then. As I'd rather bank more 10% rather than the other ingredient for fear. as it is way easier to bank the blobs. The blobs you kill right here and you bank them right here, or kill right there and bank them right there. Whereas if you want to do toads, they are basically the same cost as the tentacles that we're getting now. But if you want to bank them, you got to go all the way from here or here to either here, or you got to teleport away to a bank, teleport back, and then come back here. It is so bad. But, yeah. So we're probably going to skip toads, even though they're weak to blue. It's just way better to do the blob than the toad. So that'll be our game plan then. Tentacle to 137. Then make a perfect 4-star rapier and go just start doing the blobs then. Which means we know our whole way to 200, as well as post 200. We already know our whole path then. Because now we prep for blob. After blob, we do Metalith. After Metalith, we do Goblin with the yellow mace that I got from these guys. I'm just going to upgrade it to a 4-star. To upgrade both its level and its rarity. So we do that until we can do Tentacle again. And after Tentacle, we do the Toad to Blob thing again. And after Toad to Blob, I think we're back at Metalith? Got a little bit of a weird area over here. I think that's the one we haven't really figured out. Because I think I would have to be forced to have to go back to Goblin there. Because we're going post 200 as well. If we weren't, we could just camp blob all the way to 200, which we still are. But afterwards, we gotta do the 2 for the healing pot. Which means I'll just make a really good physical setup then. And then we're back at Metalith, which I could actually still use that same physical setup. Because I don't think I'm going to go out of my way to make Necromay for it. We'll see, though. And then we're back at Tentacle. And that's as far as we're going, is that Tentacle. Now, the poll is still really even. Except being 25, 50, 25, it's now 28, 44, 28. On have the proposed combat changes change how much you're doing combat or not. 44% unchanged, 28% said they're either doing more or less. Interesting. Oops, I did not mean to click all. No! So much junk, no! Drop it all, drop it all, drop it all. But anyways, guys, we got both of the other 2 milestones, so I think we're going to end it here for now. We will be back, however, tomorrow around noon Eastern Standard Time, as we normally are. Tomorrow's goal is probably going to be poking a bunch of things with a blue weapon. And after that, maybe get some of the healing pot stuff as well. But we will be back tomorrow around noon Eastern Standard Time and go for... I'm not sure how long. It really depends if we can end up getting the video out or not. At this point, I'm not sure if I will actually be able to get a 100-day video out tomorrow. But I still want to work on it some today, as well as tomorrow, even if it doesn't get, like, out that day. You got Aetherthrol smelting? Nice. Huge congrats. Big unlock. But anyways, guys, I'll be calling it here for now. I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful Valentine's Day. And we'll be back tomorrow around noon. I will still be continuing this off stream, by the way. I'll probably be focusing a little bit more heavily on the AFK part of the Tentacles, though. I'll still try to get some mining in here and there. But anyways, guys, catch you guys later. Thank you so much for stopping by, and have a wonderful Valentine's Day. Goodbye, everyone. And thanks for watching.